Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to fall. As you've seen from the outside, we're kind of into that weather, and I think it's probably going to continue that way. Although I don't want to be a Debbie Downer here, weather is about to change. So, with that, we want to get started with our September 17th council meeting, and we do have quite a few items on the agenda as we've had coming back from summer break. So. First off, if we can start, I'm almost forgetting on how this even works, right? So we'll start off with a roll call, Madam City Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Crowson?
Present.
Councillor Dodick?
I'm here.
Councillor Middleton Hope?
Present.
Councillor Palladino?
Present.
Councillor Parker? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
Here.
Acting Mayor Campbell? Present. Deputy Mayor Carlson?
Present.
And Mayor Higgin?
Present.
All present. Thank you.
All right. And the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. And moving on to recognitions, I'll start to my far right, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have one, I guess, global comment, and that's unlike some of my colleagues who will be talking about the events that we've gone to over the summer and the activities that we've been involved in. I wanted to provide an acknowledgement to our community social development, our parks, and our infrastructure departments in the city. All have been extremely working hard this summer. We have seen some substantial improvements in the quality of our city, particularly in the parks and roadway areas. And I simply wanted to provide them with recognition that the work that they are doing is noticed. I have heard from many folks across the city in terms of the work that is being done. So I just wanted to say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Middleton Hope. Councillor Crowson.
I will not be that succinct, so sit back and listen. There's a few.
Enjoy.
Yes. First, a congratulations to the University of Lethbridge on about $1 million in SSHRC grants. It's not an easy grant to get, so it shows the great work being done by the staff over at the University of Lethbridge to be able to get that much. A thank you to Aboriginal Housing. They provided a tour to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, myself, and a couple of city staff yesterday, showing us their newest affordable housing project. And I wish to particularly bring this up because they wanted us to pass along thank you to you, Mr. Brierley, for you and your team, for the housing department making it so easy for some of that work to get through, and for the interdepartmental work that was done to actually assist with that project. So they were very appreciative and very much aware that projects like that don't happen without a lot of city staff behind the scenes doing work. So I just wanted to make sure that thank you went forward. A lot of people are aware that the Parade of Homes is coming up. I know there's a breakfast coming up on Friday, and Parade of Homes will be going from the 21st of September to October 6th. We also have the Golden Maple reception coming up. And I wanted to give a thank you to the Alberta Munis Board, especially the city representatives. We were able to welcome down on August 21st, Aaron, Tina, Tyler, and Dylan to have them speak with City Council about some of the things that Alberta Municipalities is working on our behalf and some of the things going forward. And just for people to be aware, word on the street is this Saturday. I'll be sitting there at with my booth with my other hat if people are there. And of course, Reconciliation Week is next week as well. And hopefully the whole community will be involved. And a thank you also to Leah Dormar for an invitation to the Citizens Walkabout for Disability Awareness, which was last Friday on the 13th. This is about advocacy and inclusion for persons with disabilities. It was an amazing walk. And I also want to just thank the members of the police executive who were there just to be part of it, but when they realized that there was nobody who was actually helping with traffic, they got involved and actually did traffic control, deputy chief and inspectors, and that was greatly appreciated, made it a lot safer. And just some of the many, many things going on in our community this fall. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. just a quick shout out to our 311 team again, and two of the city's traffic engineers, Mike Rahovi and Ahmed Ali. After receiving a call from one of my neighbors concerned about the increased traffic and speeding and stunting in front of their home, Mike worked around my neighbor's schedule to meet him on site and installed some monitoring equipment, and they bolt onto the street lights, and they can tell which direction the car is going, what speed they're taking. And I'm not sure what the results will be yet, but perhaps one of them flashing yellow lights that tell you how fast you're going. But my neighbors are pleased with the prompt attention to this matter. So thanks again to Mike and Ahmed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palladino. Councillor Parker? All right. And to my far left, Councillor Dodick.
Chicken fights.
Chicken fights?
I'd like to thank the Lethbridge exhibition for the fair that was recently put on, and the midway. I took my grandchildren to the event. They were 14, 10, 8, and 6 years old. I had to take a second mortgage on the house. I went for 2 days, and I'd like to say that I and my grandchildren contributed to a great degree into making the exhibition, the fair, a success as it was this year. So I will accept any thanks and any contributions to my GoFundMe page. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Acting Mayor Campbell.
Thanks. I just, mostly welcome back, everybody. There's so many things that we've all attended, and I won't go into a whole lot of them, but one most recently, and Mayor, you were there, and Belinda and Mayor Schmidt, Jen Schmidt-Rempel was there as well. The annual Fallen Firefighters Memorial, which is always a solemn occasion, and it just helps you to reflect on the work that they do and the danger that they possess, not only fighting the fires, but because as they named all of the people who have passed away this year, they give the reason why they passed away, and the overwhelming majority was because of cancer. So it's always the dangers that they run into. So it was a solemn occasion, and we always give our thanks to those firefighters who do such an amazing job in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Deputy Mayor Carlson.
Nothing, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations to the Lethbridge Wellness Centre on its groundbreaking event. That was back on July 24th with its expansion. Construction, I see, is well underway, and I certainly look forward to the expansion's opening and our city being able to better serve the unhoused in our community. Also, congratulations to Lethbridge Police Service and the K-9 unit on its 60th anniversary. Some of my colleagues and I attended the celebration on September 10th. Thank you to PSD Mike and PSD Robbie for their service to our community, and we wish them the best in their retirement. And welcome to PSD Macho. We certainly look forward to hearing about your accomplishments. And congratulations to Lethbridge Polytechnic on another successful Coulee Fest this past weekend. And a special thank you to Lethbridge Polytechnic President Brad Donaldson for hosting the first ever Great Coulee Fest pony race. Thank you to Coaldale Mayor Jack Van Ryan and Coaldale Councillor Jason Beekman for coming out to join myself and President Donaldson in a race around the track. And next year's challenge has already been laid down, and I look forward to seeing some of my colleagues joining us there. A video of the race is online, and yes, I lost miserably to the other four. So just as a spoiler alert. Thank you.
So all positive from there? Yes. Next year. Awesome. Perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you. There's so many things, obviously, since we've last met that have happened throughout our community. And just to highlight on a couple, I know Councillor Dodick has definitely funded Whoop Up Days in part, and we want to thank him for that. But Whoop Up Days and the event that was, and the weather that we had, the rodeo and stuff was well attended, and of course it was some record-setting numbers, which was great, and great to see so many folks out at that. Police marathon that happened this last weekend. It was Councillor Palladino, myself, managed to sit about on the mile 3 marker for the race, and so I drug him across to help me out, pass out water and Gatorade as the runners went by. And it was great to see the weather that they had and the participation that they had at that event. Again, the Councillor Schmidt-Rempel had already mentioned the PSD Mike and Robbie, who are retired police dogs, as well as Macho, that was it's a new police dog. And I'll tell you what, I know a brother that's the human for Mike, and now he's got 3 of these dogs at his house. And if anybody wants to have the safest house ever, just go and visit those. I think you'll be quite safe there, but just be careful around those dogs, because they are definitely work dogs, that's for sure. One more thing that I want to touch base on was we had an article that came out in the National Post. I'm sure many of you have read. If not, I would encourage you to go there and check this out. It was a specialist, an anesthesiologist that moved to town with her family, and some of the comments that Dr. Dirtle had said were just, it was quite amazing on a national level of how she's been treated, the different things within Lethbridge that she's been able to, sports and weather, and she touches on a number of different things. And one of the comments, she says, Lethbridge is a wonderful community to live in and practice for physicians in all stages of their career. The Alberta City is inviting more healthcare professionals to consider a move to Lethbridge. We couldn't be happier. So it's great to be able to see those doctors, and we've had over 25 that have moved to Lethbridge and started practice in Lethbridge. And I guess one thing we could say, we would like to have 100, but 25, 28, or whatever that number is now is better than 0. So we want to thank those doctors who have decided to make Lethbridge their home. And last, and I just said that was going to be last, but I'm going to add something that's actually quite, you're really like this. The recent accomplishments of council, and thanks to administration, some of the work that's been done in 2023. I know 2024, that won't include some of the 2024 stuff. That will be out next year, but the 2023, I'd like everybody to be able to see that video, and if we do have that ready, it'd be great.
2023 was a successful year for the City of Lethbridge, and here are a few of our favorite achievements.
The City completed construction of the new organics processing facility program with an 85% participation rate within the first 6 months. This is to help achieve the council-mandated goal of reducing commercial and industrial waste in Lethbridge by 45% by 2030.
To make city streets safer, the city successfully harmonized school and playground zones, converting them all to year-round playground zones with a 30-kilometer-an-hour speed limit from 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily.
In collaboration with Alberta Health Services, Lethbridge Fire and Emergency Services added 2 ambulances to improve emergency medical response times, thus ensuring that people in the Lethbridge area get the care that they need.
In collaboration with the Crossings branch of the Lethbridge Public Library, city staff hosted another successful Big Truck Petting Zoo.
We launched the development of a sanctioned trail network in the Old Man River Valley to foster responsible trail use, protect sensitive areas, promote recreation, and reduce the incidence of unapproved trails. We also completed the construction of 6 new pickleball courts and a multi-use outdoor sports court in Legacy Park.
Cavendish Farms became the new title sponsor for the Crossings Leisure Complex under a 10-year agreement for $100,000 per year.
Planning and Design launched the multi-year Land Use Bylaw Renewal Projects, the first comprehensive review of the Land Use Bylaw in nearly 40 years.
We replaced century-old water mains on 7th Street South and added protected bike lanes downtown.
Our Indigenous Relations team partnered with the Lethbridge School Division and the Holy Spirit Catholic School Division, providing funding and materials for each school to add an Oki sign to their school fencing.
The city hosted the inaugural Blackfoot Winter Solstice at Cavendish Farms Centre.
We held 2 community conversations. These in-person engagement events saw more than 1,000 people interact with city staff and offered feedback on close to 90 city projects.
With the support of his family, The skate park next to Henderson Ice Center was renamed in memory of former City Councillor Wade Galloway, who had helped spearhead the skate park project.
Lethbridge Fire and Emergency Services achieved A+ grade after having over 300 standards reviewed by Accreditation Canada. They gave us a accreditation accommodation, ensuring our commitment to the safety and well-being of our patients and community.
We installed 22 new EV charging stations at 4 strategic sites around Lethbridge: the Regional Park and Ride Terminal, NMAX Center, City Hall, and the Nika Yuko Japanese Garden.
We achieved 100% completion on our 2023 municipal census, which showed a 5% increase in population to 106,000 compared to our 2019 municipal census.
The Lethbridge transit fleet became more cost-effective and comfortable for riders with the introduction of 7 new vans. Smaller than regular transit buses, these vans serve ride-on-demand areas and cost half as much to buy and maintain.
Community Social Development successfully developed an encampment strategy and secured funding from City Council to stand up the encampment response team, which through the year provided triage responses to 455 reports of encampments and conducted 19 coordinated encampment cleanups, which removed 569 structures and more than 28 tons of debris.
The city successfully piloted 4 new drinking water stations around the city to help ensure access to drinking water for everyone, especially vulnerable members of the community during hot summer months.
We expanded the fee assistance program to support residents who face financial barriers in purchasing both transit passes and recreation and culture activities.
In partnership with Alberta Health Services, we've recruited 61 new doctors to live and work in Lethbridge. We launched a fresh, redesigned city website, lethbridge.ca, which offers users streamlined content, more intuitive navigation, and enhanced search functions. Thanks to all of our city staff and residents for helping to make our community great.
All right. As you can see from the video, many accomplishments have happened in 2023, and I know there's 2024. Busy moving forward council's priorities and working to make the community even a better place to call home. The excellent leadership of our city manager is, of course, a key factor in achieving these goals, and that is why I'm pleased to say that over the summer, City Council unanimously agreed to a new contract with our city manager, Mr. Lloyd Brierley. So that's This is a 6-year contract ensuring that Mr. Brierley's extensive experience in both the private and public sector will continue to guide our staff and support residents until at least 2030. This consistency and stability, and very important, the stability, as many of you are aware, we did have a few managers go through here in our times here in the past few years. So again, the stability to the organization is something council definitely was seeking as we navigate the new challenges and opportunities that our city face. I want to thank Mr. Brierley for his tireless efforts to better our community and support the city staff who deliver the programs and services that we rely on each and every day. So thank you again, Mr. Brierley. So with that, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. Have a resolution from Acting Mayor Campbell, adoption of agenda. Be it resolved that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on September 17th, 2024 be adopted as presented. Acting Mayor Campbell.
Are there any amendments?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, we do have one addition to today's agenda. It's a verbal confidential report. It's entitled Intergovernmental Matter, and it's confidential under Section 21 and 24 under the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. It will become item number 14.5. Thank you.
All right. And if there are no other amendments, then I'll ask for my colleagues' support on the agenda.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Carlson, the consent agenda. Be it resolved that the minutes of the following meeting of City Council be approved and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign the same. City council meeting from July 23rd, 2024. Be it resolved that council receive for information status of directed resolutions with the following amendments: that the Rocky Mountain Turf Club Reconciliation Indian Relay Alberta Association Spirit of the Horse item be removed from the status of directed resolutions. Further be resolved, the City Council approve the recommendations contained within the following Standing Policy Committee reports. 4.3.1, Recommendation of Audit Standing Policy Committee, Council Policy Priorities Updates for Q3 2024. Be it resolved, the City Council reaffirm Council Policy on Investment CC 44 as in Attachment 1. 4.3.2, Recommendation of Safety and Social Standing Policy Committee, Downtown Lawlessness Reduction Task Force, Graffiti Abatement Recommendation, and be it resolved that Council provide one-time 2024 funding of $51,562 funding to be determined to extend the graffiti abatement strategy zone beyond the boundaries of the downtown business revitalization zone. 4.3.3, Recommendation of Governance Standing Policy Committee, Succession Planning for Council. Be resolved, the City Council receive the report as information. Further be resolved that City Council provide first reading to the following bylaws. Bylaw 6451, a bylaw to remove the historic resource designation of the former Boantong building of 316 2nd Avenue South, Lethbridge, as a municipal historic resource, and bylaw 6452, a bylaw to remove the historic resource designation of the former Maniopera Society building of 318 2nd Avenue South, Lethbridge, as a municipal historic resource. And I know that there's probably going to be some questions on the following bylaws, but those will be coming forward, and you'll wonder why that designation is being removed, and that will be discussed later. So with that, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 4.3.2, as you noted, does not have a funding source attached to it, so I'd request that item be pulled off the consent so we could have some discussion around that later.
Absolutely. And 4.3.2 will move to
8.1.2.
8.1.2.
Thank you.
All right.
Other than that, I reviewed all the minutes and all the documents, but if there's any questions or comments by my colleagues, seeing none, I will call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. All right. I have a resolution, a bylaw 6463 from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, a bylaw to amend 5834, traffic bylaw. So for a first reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6463, a bylaw to amend bylaw 5834, traffic bylaw, be given first reading. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
So over the summer, Lethbridge College and
It's first reading. Just call for the first.
I'll call for the vote.
Sorry.
Question's been called. All in favor?
It has been, we've all been away.
It's been a long time.
That is passed.
Yeah.
And so consent to
Wow.
third readings, obviously it must be unanimous to have all three readings in one sitting. So,
No, we're second reading.
or sorry, I'm already on third reading. Guys, it's almost time for a break here, right?
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn to Christmas.
All right. I apologize. For the second reading, let's not hop to third reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6463, a bylaw to amend bylaw 5834, traffic bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
So, Lethbridge College has announced the change of their name to Lethbridge Polytechnic. Congratulations to Lethbridge Polytechnic, with effect being in effect September 3rd, 2024. In order to continue parking enforcement at the institution, the verbiage of traffic bylaw 5834 needs to be edited to reflect the name change, so that that can facilitate the continuation of parking enforcement at Lethbridge Polytechnic, assisting them with parking management at the institution, as well as ensuring the prosperity of the revenue sharing model between Lethbridge Polytechnic and the city of Lethbridge. With that, I open it to any questions from my colleagues.
Questions? Debate? Seeing none? Questions been called? All in favor? All right. That does pass unanimously. And now, consent to all three readings must be unanimous, obviously with sitting for all three readings. Be it resolved that in accordance with section 187, 4 of the Municipal Government Act, City Council authorize a third and final reading of bylaw 6463, a bylaw to amend 5834 traffic bylaw to occur at this meeting. So do we need is there any that are opposed to that? Seeing none, I can move to third reading. Third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6463, a bylaw to amend bylaw 5834, traffic bylaw, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
One question I do have, maybe to Mr. City Manager. What happens if we don't approve all 3 readings today? Just for the community to understand why we should.
I could take that for the city manager. I would just go to the next subsequent meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I think Mr. Sanchez and College Drive does not change.
In the meantime, we won't be able to enforce parking at the college, so that will affect.
Parking enforcement.
Oh, so we will still be able to. Yeah, the city solicitor is just correcting me there.
Okay, so what we're looking at is just cleaning this up, cleaning up the names to make it more efficient, effective, and making sure that we're in line with everything.
All right. So with that, I see no further questions. Questions been called. All in favor? And that passed unanimously. Thank you. We have a resolution that was defeated at the Safety and Social Standing Policy Committee, but has been pulled from consent agenda. And it's a recommendation of Safety and Social Standing Policy Committee Child Care Needs Assessment. Be it resolved that, and this is the motion that was defeated, that the implement child care needs assessment as provided in attachment 1, and 2, consider level 3, $151,000 ongoing funding, annual funding for 1 FTE plus $50,000 one-time funding as outlined in attachment 3 at the 2028 to 2031 operating budget deliberations. Now that was defeated 2-2 at the last Safety and Social Standing Policy Committee, but it's my understanding there may be a resolution coming from this. All right. So with that, any questions on this? And you're welcome to speak to this, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. So I would make a motion to divide, implementing the child care needs assessment as provided in attachment 1. That does provide us with the examination of tier 1, which would be basically things are as they stand, and it allows staff to move forward with tier 1 service examination, and that status quo requires no additional funding. And then we could consider service level 3 in a separate motion, because I know that that ongoing cost was something that was of concern to some individuals. And in speaking with different service providers throughout the summer, we may be able to find an alternative way to deliver that service, and we can re-examine that come 2028, 2031. We don't need that as part of this motion.
So motion divide, I like it. So it's...
Councillor Crowson has a question.
Councillor Crowson.
Not a question, but, well, sort of a question. Number 2, why are we not sending that to November when we're looking at budgets overall? We've been doing that with most of our motions. So if we looked at number 1 today, could the motion for number 2 actually be to refer to November so that we're looking at everything holistically?
I'd be willing to accept that.
So for number 2, that consider the level 3 allocation as outlined in attachment 3 at the fall budget deliberation meeting? Is that around that anyways? I'm sure the
as
verbiage...
one of many things we're looking at in November.
Wordsmithing, Mr. Westerson, if... So as that's happening, we can start on number 1. So implement the child care needs assessment as provided in attachment 1. Is there any questions on that? No question. Oh, questions, Councillor Crowson.
Ms. Slovak, I assume you'd be the best to answer this. When I looked through the information, and there's a lot of information there, certainly there were some economic concerns brought forward. Are you hearing anything from businesses that childcare issues are one of the reasons they may not be choosing Lethbridge as a place to build? Because certainly we're seeing this on an international and national level, that it's one of the reasons people may not move to a location or businesses may not. But are we hearing that in Lethbridge as part of the research?
Councillor Crowson, yes, we are hearing that. There are a number of businesses that have gone to so far as to implementing their own childcare on site for their employees. We have heard that it is a barrier when we've looked at the data that's contained within the childcare needs assessment. The average wait times right now are 22 months for children to get into daycare spaces. So that is a barrier. If someone wants to come move to Lethbridge but then can't find childcare and get to work for 22 months, that certainly is a barrier. We are hearing it across industry.
Okay. And when we're looking at appropriate childcare, are we finding, both here and in other places, that when we're looking at prevention, childcare is part of the pillar of prevention of, stopping problems before they have, whether it's poverty, whether it's, child issues, et cetera? Are we seeing that childcare is being brought into communities as a way of, as I said, strengthening that prevention pillar?
Yes, that's right. So if you look at page 7 of the report, it does speak to the benefits to the children, to the families, and to society and the economy. So when we look at the children themselves, we're seeing improved grades and work habits, we're seeing higher graduation rates, stronger social skills, better decision-making skills, and better academic outcomes and employment opportunities. Those are gained directly from being part of childcare.
And this may not be your area of expertise, but maybe Mr. Malcolm or somebody from that department. What is the poverty rate in Lethbridge compared to other communities? Are we seeing that we're higher than other communities, so a greater need, or what are we seeing related to poverty in Lethbridge?
I'm going to defer to my colleague, Mr. Malcolm.
Thanks for the question. And I don't have the strategy in front of me, but I do know that poverty rates in Lethbridge are higher. And just generally, compounding issues for youth in our community are experienced at a higher level. Was one area that through the Building Safer Communities funding we received, we are targeting high-risk youth. Obviously, those are not individuals that would be covered through childcare needs assessment, but I can say that youth needs are a stress in the community.
Okay. And one last question, if I wouldn't mind, Mr. Mayor, just to wrap it all up. So are we finding then that providing childcare has been seen as a way to, as you said, not only strengthen the family, because then people can get jobs, et cetera, but is of value to the entire community, which is why we're seeing municipalities moving into this area?
Yeah, certainly. I would say that, again, it benefits the families, it benefits the children, and it benefits our society. When we can have a greater participation rate in our workforce, we're seeing right now, I'll just check my note to give you the exact numbers, but core-aged women, those are women that are available to work that have children under the age of 6 years of age. Right now, we're seeing a 79% participation rate. That is up from 50, I'm just going to look at my note, 59%, I think is the rate. That was the rate in the early 90s. So more women are wanting to be available to be in the workforce. And if childcare is a barrier for that, it's really limiting those women to be in the workforce. So we are seeing more women want to be in the workforce, and that only helps us grow our participation rate and the availability to take those jobs.
We could quibble if they want to be or if they need to be for the family to survive.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a small quibble, but thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. I do have a question maybe for Mr. Brierly or a designate on this. I'm hearing this and it's frustrating to see that there's many families that can't find daycare. That's of course the case that we've seen here. Is this something that other communities, I guess in researching this, that other communities are seeing as well? Like it sounds like it's Lethbridge centric and we're the most hit. And second part to that question is, are we venturing into a lane of provincial government? And that might be for Mr. Brierly or someone else, but I know to start off if we can.
So in this study, we did some work and looking at other communities around Alberta. So we've looked at ones Jasper, Drayton Valley, Beaumont, Pincher Creek, Coaldale, Calgary, and Edmonton. And within those communities, it really goes from the spectrum of no involvement at all in childcare right to the municipality owning and operating childcare. So in the study, page 15 of the study has a little summary of those. And we do know that in areas where childcare has been a major problem, that those municipalities have stepped in so far as to owning and operating it themselves, or even providing the building or providing backup funding to the daycare should they need it. So it really is, I guess, dependent on the jurisdiction and what kind of childcare needs they're facing, whether they're a desert with very low available childcare, or whether they're not seeing as big a problems.
Yes, so I was actually trying to scroll through the report. So typically, so as Ms. Slovak said, or building on those comments, childcare is primarily in the provincial lane, but as she alluded to, where there are those very, I don't know if severe is the right word, but situations where it's more dire, then that's where municipalities would venture in there. There's a cost in doing so, of course, but potentially some value.
I appreciate that, because I know we don't want to have those barriers there, but we've also understand that once we start to get into daycare, we've seen before with health and some of these different things, we want to, if they're not being provided, it does kind of fall back on the community. We're the first folks that people look at, I guess, when it comes to this, especially being a municipality that may not have adequate childcare. So thank you very much for that. And Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I can just add to that. When we look at Tier 1, which is what we would be looking at in approving this, we are staying specifically out of the lane of what the province would be doing or providing. So what we're looking at specifically here is making sure that we're considering childcare in future corporate plans, strategies, and policies where appropriate. And that includes, but not limited to, our land use bylaw review, repurposing city facilities, and partnership opportunities. So we would not be driving, so to speak, in the province's lane. We would be sticking specifically to what we can do in order to assist the province in their
moving
work.
forward, what
Yeah.
would we do moving forward? Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, is there any further questions? Oh, I see no further questions. Oh, sorry. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. So this question would be to Ms. Slovak. So you've used language like we hear, I'm hearing. I'd like to dive into that a little bit. To what extent are we actually having conversations with groups of individuals that are suggesting that childcare not only is an issue, but is a need for the city to step in? So I'm wondering if you can help us, those of us that have been on the ground all summer long, talking with literally hundreds of people, and this issue has not been raised once. So perhaps enlighten me in terms of how this is affecting people's ability to be able to work, and I'm talking about both men and women, not just women. It is important for families to be able to have access to affordable childcare. I think we all recognize that. So I would like to explore what you're hearing and how that poses a need for the city to step in.
Certainly. I'm just going to find the section really quick.
Okay.
I think the most important information that we gathered was through the stakeholder engagement that we did throughout the process. So we engaged both with the community through our survey, and then we also engaged with childcare providers within the community. So in the study, it is section starting on page 31, where it really goes into what we heard in some of the materials. So I think the biggest thing is that when we asked the community if the current childcare, if your current childcare needs were being met, we heard right directly from the study that 36% said that their needs are not being met today. And then we also heard that 55% said they're somewhat being met. So whether that is based on the location or the hours, or maybe, they can't fully use the schedule they want, or they're having to rely on other caregivers, whether it's family members to help support. So that's sort of where that somewhat comes in. And then directly as well, it's on page 33 where it speaks to how long did it take for you to obtain a child care space. So really when you look at it, 34 participants, so 19% said it took 1 to 2 years, and then 8% said it took more than 2 years. So again, averaged over.
Sorry, what was the percent?
8% said it
8%.
took over 2 years to obtain a space. 19% said it took 1 to 2 years. And then we have 13% that still have not been able to obtain a space.
Okay, so what percentage actually were able to find a space?
Immediately, 7%.
7%? Okay, and in less than a year?
1 to 6 months was 21%,
Mm-hmm.
and then 6 months to a year was 18%.
Okay. So is there an expectation then, other than employer-provided childcare, is there an expectation of the people that you had the opportunity to interview that the city would somehow step in and provide supports?
I think the childcare providers that we spoke with in the workshop are just happy to, they expressed a lot of gratitude in being listened to and being heard.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they feel that any help is help to them, because they're kind of feeling like they're in a bit of a dire situation with the funding that they're getting, with their staffing, with their wait lists, and being able to provide the services. The other interesting piece that we learned is that 1 in 7 children that are daycare aged are needing additional supports or additional services, whether that's speech or whether it's for a behavioral need, and daycare providers aren't able to get that. So I think whether it's through advocacy, whether it's looking at using city facilities, whether there's land use bylaw amendments to help support and be able to grow their numbers in their daycares, I think any help would be appreciated from the daycare community.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dodek.
Thank you. With respect to item 1 of the operative clause, it says that council implement the child care needs assessment. So that means that city staff will be involved in this. Do we have any idea as to how many city staff will be involved, how many hours per year over the course of the assessment will be involved? The reason I ask that question is because anytime we dedicate staff to a specific purpose, something else either doesn't get done, or we have to hire staff to do the other stuff that other people would like to have done, but can't be done because we're doing this.
Yeah. Great question. So what we've done is we've taken all of the actions that have been recommended in the child care needs assessment, and we've put them in a service level matrix, which is attached as item 3 in your package. So within that service level matrix, there are 5 different service levels. And so service level 1 would be the bare minimum that we would do right now. And it's sort of a passively actionable service level where it wouldn't require any additional staff. So it would be remembering to include childcare needs when we do land use bylaw updates. It would be looking at potentially city-owned buildings for lease. It would be looking at Lethbridge land that we have that's available. Those are things that we could do within our work if we know that council views childcare as a priority. When you start to move into service levels 2 to 5, that's when it's taking additional city time and when we're looking for resources to help do that.
But item 1 is just with respect to,
to implementing.
To implement service level 1 only, or service level 1 and 2?
Well, I think perhaps we can make it a little more clear. If council is satisfied with the results of the child care needs assessment and would like to say that childcare is a priority and would like to look at service level 1, we could include that. But anything beyond that would take a funding ask, an FTE support. So that would be, a separate thing for council to consider. But if we just want to implement the childcare needs assessment at service level 1, we could add that to clause 1 if that was desirable.
The reason I bring that up is that when we talk about priority levels, we talk about like today. We're talking about childcare, and all of us will agree that childcare is important, and it would be great for, to be able to provide childcare for everyone. And when I look at the methodology used in arriving at the report, it talks about that you've talked to parents, guardians, and childcare providers, as well as having looked at provincial information as well. So from that perspective, it's going to be a priority for them, okay? And that's where sometimes when we do budget, whether it be capital or operating, we sort of have a bundle of priorities, and then we'll be able to decide what's important. So I feel I'm in a little bit of a bubble right now, saying, you know, I'm all for this, as some members of council have said, you know, this is going to attract families. Some families have said that if we have childcare, this will make us come to town. Guys who drive fast cars will say, you know what, you fill up those potholes and I'll come to your town too and pay big taxes and things of that nature. Of course, I'm being facetious there. But the point I'm making is that from my perspective right now, I would be prepared to support level 1, service level 1 at this point only. Thank you.
And service level 1 is in number 1 as being divided. Okay, I thought there was in addition to. So with number 1, your debate. See, the providing attachment, so if you go to attachment 1, it's pretty much what you have, well, I want to say what you've spoken to, that it's continued work that will be done without the need of an additional FTE. Correct me if I'm wrong with attachment 1. Yeah. That's what number 1 is, status quo with the addition, I shouldn't say status quo because we're going to add on this additional matrix that is not require FTE. Right. All right. Councillor Crowson. Or, sorry, Councillor Carlson, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, because unfortunately I was out of town when Safety and Social met, and the video is unplayable. So I'm pleased we're having this discussion here. At least it is on my devices. So I'm glad we're having this discussion here, because one thing that perplexed me, because when I read through the attachment, the child care needs, it seemed that this was something that kind of needed to be started ASAP, but the recommendation was to wait until 2028. And so I'm pleased that it's being considered to be brought forward this fall, as Councillor Dodick said, not as a standalone, but with every other priority, because I think that's a fair way to do it. Put it in the mix. But I was wondering, why was it recommended to wait till 2028 to even begin? Through you,
Maybe
Mr.
I'll
Mayor.
pass that question to our city treasurer.
I wasn't ready for that. So in regards, so Councillor Carlson, what you were referring to there is why would this wait based on the priority and so forth. So it depends on, I guess, the nature of the tiers, one thing I'll say. So if it's tier number 1, which is zero cost, it really probably doesn't need to go to, if that's what council is approving today, it doesn't need to go to this November. It can actually wait and further information can come in, and if council so wishes, an initiative coming forward in the next budget cycle for tier 3, which I think is what is talking here, that could come to the next budget cycle. If council so wishes to bring it, to do it sooner than that, then it should, if it was that case, that would be the trigger to bring it to November. And the reason being is that we would then council is looking at this, similar to what Councillor Dodick had mentioned, in comparison to all the other asks that council is going to face in November for this budget term.
Okay, and thank you. That's what I was hoping to hear. I agree with my colleague that I don't like these one-offs. Because we're so close to budget, I would like to see everything in the mix, and then it's up to council to put their priorities on it, whether it is the fast car people who want potholes for 100 grand, could probably fix 2. Or it's the folks who need childcare. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate that Councillor Crowson has made that amendment to have it come forward so we can discuss it in totality rather than on its own. So thank you.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify for myself so if we pass number 1, all we're saying is look at things we do with this overlay in mind, which I presume you could do even if we don't pass number 1 because it's now in your head, right? I mean, exactly, or forget it as soon as we vote. And then, of course, number 2 is whether or not we want to step it up with funding.
I think number 1 gives us the assurance that the task that you've given us to do to go away and do this childcare needs assessment, that we've met the mark. We've, done what we needed to do for the study. You're happy with it, and that it is a priority for you. So again, we can go away and do service level 1, and then see how it goes, and then look at service level 3 and different ways that we could do that at a future time.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. Any further questions? Oh. Councillor Middleton,
just one assurance from Ms. Slovak that be it resolved that the council implement the child care needs assessment as provided in attachment 1 as per effectively our lane. What is our responsibility? So we need to define what our responsibility is versus that of the provincial government, correct?
That's correct.
So as long as we understand that we're staying in our lane, that we're not veering into the provincial government's lane, we're okay with that.
Yes.
All right.
Mayor Higgin, I'm just wondering, I think there's just some confusion. Can we have clarity exactly where in attachment 1 that we are referring to,
we put
please?
That? Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Slovak, do you know?
The child care needs assessment in totality is attachment 1. The matrix is attachment 3 that has the different service levels. So I don't know if it would make it more clear for council that you add in clause 1 to say as provided in attachment 1, service level 1? Service level tier 1, yeah.
Is there a particular page number that we can reference for the resolution?
Page 1 of attachment 3. Status quo resourcing. Attachment 3. On your whole agenda report, I don't know that page number, but yeah. Plus the engagement summary is another 60, I think.
So, Ms. Slovak, my understanding is you've said that if we do not approve number 1, you're not going to do any of that. It's already part of a matrix, I thought you'd already said. So if one was not approved, what would happen if we did not approve number 1? Let's put it that way.
I think for our team, we wouldn't be confident that council is happy with the outcome of the report and that it is a priority for you and that we should move forward with tier 1. To me, it's kind of tricky. We look at master plans. It's sort of the same thing with a master plan. Council's happy with the master plan. There might be financial asks later throughout 10, 20 years within a master plan, but those would come to council later. So for us, we want to make sure that council is happy with the outcome of the child care needs assessment and that it's a priority and you'd like us to move forward.
It's there. It just shows a priority. Okay.
Yep.
So I just didn't know if you'd, no, we're going to roll stuff back. We're not going to do any of that. It's just, it gives that priority level to you. Okay, thank you. And if I can ask, what are we waiting on right now, Madam City Clerk? Are we?
We're just going to add status quo resourcing to the end of number 1 behind attachment 3, right? Of course.
Service level tier 1 status quo resource. Ah, there we go. That way everyone knows exactly what we're agreeing to.
Resources required $0.
Yes.
Yeah.
$0. And basically it says what we can accomplish through that, which is basically some verbiage around daycare in the land use bylaw, and most of it is not actionable because there's no extra dollars.
But even with number one, we're still moving forward. We're still
Yes.
seeing results because the work that's been done already is amazing. And so it's not that we're saying we're going back 2 years. We're actually moving forward. It's just status quo and continuing the good work that we're already doing. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say. Some of the work that will happen in Tier 1, if that's what council elects, is that we will be looking at the definitions of childcare, minor and major when we do our land use bylaw. We'll be looking at the parking requirements. We'll be looking at the number of spaces or children allowed to be at the daycare in the land use bylaw. We'll also be looking at Lethbridge land development and potentially additional daycare facilities within our land development, and then also looking at city-owned facilities when available for potential daycares.
Excellent, appreciate that, because as we've just seen here before summertime, we did approve one, I think it's 140 or 150 was the number over on the west side.
I think 95.
Is it 95? Okay, a good number anyways, a good start. We need a lot more,
Yeah.
I know. All right, any further questions? I know Councillor Carlson, you were in, no, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel? No, all right. So I think as it's laid there, status quo resourcing, which it did show $0. Appreciate the Slovak for all of the answers to the questions that we've had, as I'm sure the community does have similar questions, so I'm glad you're able to respond to those. And thank you, Mr. City Manager and Mr. Matthews. With that, we will, no further debate. So are we going to open up debate? I think we had that at the same time. Anybody? Okay, we've had debate. With that, I'll call for the vote on number one. Now this is on the first operative clause. All right? All in favor? Okay, that is unanimous. And then we'll move on to number two. Is there any questions? We'll move questions and debate together if you wish. Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned earlier, I'm pleased to see this come forward because it confused me as why this was coming forward with no request coming up to our upcoming budget deliberations. I will be supporting this because, as my colleague said, at least it's in the mix. So then council gets a chance to look at it against all the other requests and asks in the community and decide whether this is the priority or if there are other things that are the priority. This just gives it equal footing, and so I will be supporting this going forward to be discussed this November. And again, this is not approving anything. This is merely saying, if I'm correct, that this will be discussed in November against all the other asks and priorities, correct?
As in bold, at the November 2024 will
I
be.
just want to, yeah.
But thank you for confirming it because, yes, definitely important to have. Any further debate, questions or debate on that? Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate the debate. I think we were divided at the committee level for numerous reasons, but I think the main reason I'm going to be voting against this, I don't want to give any political clout to this in regards to this being a municipal issue. This is really a provincial issue, and I do believe that if we go down this road and you hire 1.5 or even later on, not very often you take those positions out later on when the objective is completed. And for the reason being is I don't want to send the message to the community also that we're responsible for this. I think item one takes it upon ourselves to give our administration an opportunity to work with the development community, work with our development services to find more daycare locations. But I think for us to even entertain the idea of paying this to the local tax dollars when I really truly believe this is a provincial responsibility, I can't be supporting it. And I don't want to give the impression as well by sending it to budget that I'm endorsing it. So at this point, I will not be supporting it.
Councillor Dodick.
Excuse me, I also will not be supporting it. It's too many times in the past we have supported things that were very worthy and something that we need in the city, but really is for lack of a better word, someone else's lane. Sometimes we get caught up in terms of grants where we jump at grants and then all of a sudden we still have to put taxpayers' money in. Sometimes we just get involved things simply because we feel that it is a need for our city, and oftentimes it is a need. But what we've always known from the past and what history has taught us, that if we jump into funding something, whether it be partially or wholly, you can't back out. Once you've started doing it, you're going to be doing it forever. And specifically when it talks about an FTE, there is no going back. Once you have an FTE, that spawns likely more FTEs. Not that it's not necessary. I'm sure it is extremely necessary, but the person or the entity that should be paying for it is not us, not our taxpayer, not for municipal taxes. Thus, I can't support this.
Further to that, and I guess it's a question, as I did say, we'll have questions and debate in one. To Mr. City Manager, this coming back, you've heard the conversation around the horseshoe here regarding lanes and provincial and municipal. Is this something that, if this was to come back in November, is it going to show what really would be our responsibility? Would that be part of the return question?
Yes, I was just looking at Ms. Slovak. I think she identified it's actually in the attachments already, but I wouldn't disagree with the comments about it being more of a provincial lane. As I touched on earlier, the municipality could, but that's similar to other things that I've spoken about in the past.
Because my, I guess, struggle with this is we're going to have a lot of other asks that are going to come forward in the fall that are probably going to be out of our lane as well. And but hearing that that comment there, that it sounds like it's pointed out in there that it is a provincial mandate, if you will. That's good to know. So thank you. Deputy Mayor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can ask a question through you to City Manager or designate, probably Ms. Slovak, or my thoughts around this are that council is struggling with providing funding of something that could be out of the lane. When I read attachment 3 or the service level 3, I don't see anything out of our lane. It's all about facilitating. It's all about making sure that if we're doing a development, we ensure there's an area for childcare. If we're working with developers, we ensure that they know that, okay, consider adding childcare. We're not actually providing childcare. We're not actually on the ground running anything. Tier 3 is basically just facilitating and having discussions and being ready to advocate to our provincial and federal partners about the needs in our community. Or am I reading it wrong? Because my colleagues seem to think it's jumping into other jurisdictions' lanes, which I don't see at all. I see us actually doing our job, advocating for our community, preparing for a future where we're needing child care spaces. So can you correct me, please, if I'm wrong?
I don't think you're wrong. I think service level 3 is stuff that a municipality could handle. When you start to get into service level 4, where we talk about providing incentives, so service level 4 has incentives for things like additional space creation or incentives for early childhood education programs to get people to take that program. So that's when you start to look at being perhaps a little bit in the province's lane. But I think within service level 3, you're staying in that municipal lane.
Thank you. Because service level 4, you're saying adding these incentives, like when we incentivize developers for housing units, et cetera, that means we've gotten out of our lane. Would that be when we try and entice business and corporations here or entice people to develop housing? We've gotten way out of our lane, and that's something council shouldn't. I am asking. All right, I'll shut up there. But my question is, some of this work is not just around childcare, but around youth and preventative social services, is what I'm hearing. Is there any funding available from that we don't have to provide? Could we access FCSS funding? Are there any other, so that council is saying, no, we're not going to provide the funding from taxpayers, but we could provide it from our FCSS grants or something like that?
That I would have to defer to my colleagues in community services.
I'd rather use their money.
Thank you for the question, and I do wish one of my colleagues was here to speak a little bit more eloquently on the FCSS eligibility. But since this came up when it was presented to SPC, I screenshotted on my phone. So specific to FCSS, there is a long list of ineligible items, and often one of the biggest ineligible items is when it should be funded from another ministry or area of the government. So specifically under daycare, it is noted as ineligible. We're currently working our way through our call for proposal process to award FCSS funding, and across the board, it's a very difficult thing to gauge whether or not it is an ineligible or an eligible item, because service providers are often offering a suite of services to a demographic like students, youth, or children. So it is a little bit difficult to say where there's a specific gray area, but the provision of daycare is 100% ineligible for FCSS funding.
But service level 3 doesn't provide any daycare. It's just coordination. I'm very well familiar with FCSS.
Yeah.
And coordinating those other groups could possibly be used?
Correct. I'd have to go through it with a little bit more detail, but you're correct in that way. The one thing that is CSD or the city, we have not taken FCSS dollars for the provision of our own services in quite some time. We fund out to the community. So that would be a direction from council, potentially linked to a funding, is to look at our FCS allocations a different way. Today, we don't take, outside of our admin dollars for the oversight of the contracts we award, we don't take funding and we don't provide services.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, just a little bit more then. So if an outside service provider was to put in a proposal to FCSS, to provide this suite of service, it would keep it out of the city, out of tax dollars, and it would be an outside provider doing all this work. Is something like that a possibility if there's anyone out there listening who might want to provide this type of service?
I'd say it's possible. However, to kind of reiterate Ms. Slovak's comments, the items in Tier 3 are largely municipal roles. So we're talking about land use, buildings, and land. So a third party would have little impact or knowledge on those things. That's where the skill set of municipal employees would come in. I think probably where you're going to in terms of grants and those types of funding things would probably fall more into Tier 4 or 5, which are probably a little bit different in that way. It might overcomplicate it if you give what are traditionally municipal roles to a third-party organization.
But it may be a way to do it, and it might be cheaper. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
And just to look again at Tier 3, understanding that that is where funding components would come in, and looking at a full-time person on that who not only focuses on childcare but also supports the other youth outcomes in the city, which includes the actioning the community well-being and safety strategy recommendations related through child and youth. So this is not only about daycare and providing childcare services, this is also about supporting the prevention area of youth outcomes, which we are already doing some work in, but that we have a gap in as far as the city of Lethbridge goes, in that we don't have somebody specifically to coordinate that across departments, as well as within our community. So it's not just looking at daycare supports. This then, when you move to Tier 3, which we would discuss in November, looks at youth outcomes and actioning some of the other plans that we've already provided and approved. So just as additional information insofar as how Tier 3 works.
Excellent. I see no further. Oh, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. I will be supporting this, and I hope my colleagues will as well, because as we've heard, not only is this our lane, it's entirely our road. This is exactly what municipal governments are supposed to be doing, is looking at land, looking at our own policies and various things. And this is, asking us to look at it in context of everything else we'll be looking at in November. It may or may not rise to the top of our priorities, but to not even consider it as one of our priorities would be wrong at this point, because it really is just one more thing that cities do around land, and this would be part of that November discussion. So I hope my colleagues will support this.
Councillor Parker, you have a question?
Just a question that came from the comments to maybe to Ms. Slovak. The first part of the resolution, we are going to address a lot of the things in regards to working with our provincial partners, working with zoning, working with developers, right? We are in advocacy. Will we be doing that in number 1? No? Okay, you answered it. You said no. Thank you. Thank you. That's good. That's good. Thank you. Thank you. Just for the viewers, she said no. Thank you.
Okay, well, that takes another question that I have for Mr. City Manager. So this, how does this exclude any advocacy work that we're going to be doing as council? Maybe administration is not. Can you help me understand that better? Because that kind of took me by surprise, that response. I thought that with number 1, the service level 1, that this would be part of it, work that is going forward Tier 1, service level 1, Tier 1. Some of this information and advocacy work from it would move forward. Am I wrong?
So one of the things, if I look back at our advocacy or council's advocacy priorities, I think we've certainly talked about this aspect, but could we do more that would tie in with the status quo approach to have more defined advocacy priorities and look towards structured or focused discussions with the province? Absolutely, that is something that we could look at. What those might entail or where they might go is hard to say. There's like with any advocacy, but we could definitely do more.
So we can continue that advocacy work from council. Obviously, I mean, it's a kind of a crazy question, but if that's what our roles are. Thank you. Appreciate that. Any further questions or debate? If not, I'll send it over to Councillor Middleton Hope to close. Well, this is, sorry, it says Councillor Middleton Hope, Chair of the Standing, okay, my bad, because you pulled it then. Okay, my apologies, it's you on here, Councillor Middleton Hope. All right, but motion arising, I'm sorry. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
And as passed, we're working, clarification. We are now voting on the second part of that. Just to refer it to the November 2024 operating budget deliberations, I do hope my colleagues will support this.
With that, we'll do a vote by roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Dodick. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Opposed.
Councillor Palladino.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Carlson.
In favor.
Mayor Higgin.
Opposed.
And Councillor Crowson. In favor. That's lost 5-4. Oh, we're going to go to this one.
So this is the one that's...
Yeah, we need a funding source, so...
So resolution from, and then I can just ask him.
Yeah, because it came from lawlessness like this without a funding source, so...
Yeah, because they couldn't give them, right? No. So this is just going to be recommended to...
Well, we need a funding source.
All right, the next resolution I have is from Councillor Middleton Hope, the Chair of Safety and Social Standing Policy Committee. Recommendation of Safety and Social Standing Policy Committee of Downtown Lawlessness Reduction Task Force Graffiti Abatement Recommendation. It's to be resolved that Council provide one-time 2024 funding of $51,562 from, so now there's no funding source there, and my understanding that this could move to the fall, however, to extend the graffiti abatement strategy zone beyond the boundaries of the downtown business revitalization zone. A question I would have for Mr. Matthews, is there a funding source? Have you had discussions, and maybe I could ask Councillor Middleton Hope if you had discussions as far as a funding source with Mr. Matthews, where this would come from?
Straight to Mr. Matthews.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Councillor Middleton Hope and Mayor Hagan. To your question, Mayor Hagan, in regards to this, where this would come from, there was funding set aside last year in BAU for the Downtown Lawlessness Reduction Task Force. There's $50,000 inside of that, so that would be the bulk of where the funding come from. And I would venture to say that the difference in that we can find within our operating surplus for this year to make that. So it'd be BAU and operating surplus to pay for the $51,000.
All right, so if we can put that in there, Mr. Westerson, from BAU and operating surplus. Okay. BAU from?
So it was set aside as the Downtown Lawlessness Task Force, BAU.
BAU.
So last year we set some money aside. We knew that there might be things that would be coming this direction that council may want to do. And that's one of the things that we had set aside some of the surplus last year for.
Now, understanding there's no funding, that committee or that group has zero funding, this was just put aside as if they were to come forward and make a recommendation, dollars would be there.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, because that was my thought. I says there's no funding in that group, but that is, all right. Oh.
Yeah, I need to clarity, because who set this money aside?
So that was something that when we go through our BA year-end pieces, we knew that there was some discussions about different avenues coming up, and so administration set aside some funding just to hold in case it came along. If it doesn't, it would be returned to the MRS at a later date.
Did you set aside anything for childcare?
No, we did not. That wasn't a thought at that time.
All right, oh. Councillor Middleton Hope.
What stage are we at? Are we now into questions? Are we now into debate? What are we going to do? Questions. Great. Okay. So, anybody got any questions? Yes. Go ahead.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not on this one, but perhaps at a future point, if I could get a list of all the BAUs that have been set aside that may have funding.
Yeah, it's so Councillor Carlson, so what we can do there too, normally within our year-end pieces, we provide the BAUs and the listings of that, so we can provide that.
Yes,
and
please.
You can see all that information.
Thank you, please.
Yeah. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Under which department is this strategy? Who maintains this? Who manages it? So either you, Mr. Sir Manager, or one of your designates. Mm-hmm.
Councillor Crowson, just for clarification, which part are you asking is managed?
Who oversees it? Who actually is the ones that we'd be giving this money to? Is it the VRZ? Are we giving them extra money for this to extend it? Or are we just extending it past the boundaries? Who actually does the work?
I believe that in the discussions with the Lawlessness Task Force that would go to the Clean Sweep program, but it would be CSD that would oversee that funding contract.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Middleton, oh,
Just looking for more questions.
you're just in for debate. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. To the city manager or designate on this, when we take a look at what was submitted in proposed solution 1 for 1 year and then proposed solution 2, 6 months, certainly we're looking at the 6 months being seasonal. Can I just get some clarification on that? While the 1 year proposed solution would be year round? No, I haven't had an answer to the question yet.
Councillor Middleton, Hope.
There we go. I'm going to ask Miss Ames to come forward. She can perhaps provide some context, being on both the BRZ as well as on the Downtown Lawlessness Reduction Task Force. As you've read in the material, what this is designed to do is to expand the graffiti abatement program to impact private property throughout the city, not just in the downtown core. So, Miss Ames, I wonder if you could provide some context for us.
Yeah, thanks for the question. You're right. Graffiti abatement is largely seasonal. The 1 year proposal that was submitted is also requesting some equipment that would assist us in doing more graffiti abatement through the shoulder seasons, if you will, through the winter. One of the things that we were requesting was a hot water pressure inside a heated trailer, so that we would know that we always had high pressure water that we could run during the winter time, those kinds of things. Painting is difficult below 10 degrees, but we could get rid of a lot of the graffiti if we had the right equipment. Currently, we're using a cold water pressure washer, and thus the limitations with respect to seasonality.
So this $51,000 then is for the remainder of 2024, so that you could buy the equipment?
Actually, this $51,000 looks like it's more from the 6-month strategy.
Okay.
Yeah. And the 6-month strategy was really more about doing a concentrated blitz within the downtown. It was the 1 year proposal that had the possibility for outside the downtown, possibility for things like fee for service, that kind of thing. It's important, the downtown businesses and property owners do pay their levy tax, and so that would be one of the services that's provided as a result of those payments.
Okay, then one final question for you, and then I do have a question for the mover. Would there be any sale? So under Solution 1, you do have the sale, possible revenue opportunities of existing equipment to offset the costs of what you're doing under Option 2, which is 6 months. Is that still possible under Option 2?
No, not under Option 2, I don't think. However, having said that, different story, but one of the CSP trucks is almost dead, and so we have actually sold a piece of equipment that we don't tend to use, and we're hoping to leverage those funds to be able to buy a new truck or new to us truck that is better than the one that we're currently running.
Okay, and that would be used for the graffiti abatement program?
No, that would be used for the encampment program.
Encampment program. Okay,
yeah.
so 2 separate programs.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Ms. Ames.
Okay.
So then, to the mover, we say that this is to extend the graffiti abatement strategy zone beyond the boundaries of the downtown business revitalization zone. Does that mean, since we're looking at the $51,000, which was the 6-month plan, are we reimbursing the downtown BRZ for the work then that they have done over the past 6 months, or is this for the next 6 months going forward? And this is so that they can purchase that winter equipment?
Yes to the latter.
Okay. And
As
so
I understand
it's
it,
not
yes to the latter.
Okay.
Yeah, so just to clarify just a couple of points here. I think there is a strong recognition from the corporation as well as from the businesses downtown that the graffiti abatement program for private property needs to expand, largely because graffiti has ramped up so substantially across the city and goes well beyond just simply the downtown core. We're finding it literally everywhere. On public lands, and Ms. Kleisinger, if you would chime in if I make a mistake, on public lands, then the city of Lethbridge has one person who is capable of mitigating graffiti on public lands. That does not include private lands, which is clearly the majority of property that is being damaged. What Ms. Amy's indicated was there is a possibility here in the future to offset additional ongoing operating costs by requesting that businesses who engage with the BRZ and the graffiti abatement program to remove or eradicate graffiti would be asked to contribute financially to offset some of those costs. So this is a problem that isn't going away. It is a problem that is actually ramping up. And I think what Ms. Amy's has said is that, and please, Ms. Amy's, again, if I've got it wrong, so the BRZ will take responsibility for this. They will take responsibility for the acquisition of materials and the deployment of personnel to mitigate the high degree of graffiti that we're finding in our community. Beyond that, it is geared towards, as I understand it, it is geared towards the interim. So the primary graffiti season, as our response has been, which is utilizing power washing and painting methodologies, is coming to an end. That does not preclude us from the need to continue to remove graffiti through the winter. We've not had that capability, and therefore graffiti that goes on in October stays until May. So what we're hoping to do is to be able to reduce the unsightly characters that we see throughout the city by adding additional personnel and equipment.
Okay, so this is not for then the June 1st to November 30th dates as outlined on the documents. This is for October through to March?
All right, Ms. Amy's, if you can clarify that, I'm not sure.
Back in April of 2024, the BRZ submitted two proposals to the task force. One of the proposals for about $51,000 was for a 6-month period, June 1st through November 30th, because of the weather issues around removing graffiti. The second proposal, or perhaps the first proposal anyway, the one for a year, was quite a different proposal. It requested a lot more equipment. It requested the purchase of a truck and a full-time individual who would go around and do that. This recommendation seems to have combined the two proposals a little bit, because with only $51,000, we're not going to be able to buy the equipment necessary and pay someone for the rest of the year, that sort of thing, to be able to remove as much graffiti during the winter as we would like. So I'm...
So then, is this 51, is this ask adequate for what you need to do over the next 6 months?
No, if we're going to move into an area of expenses that's going to require us to buy the right kind of equipment, then this is not enough money.
Then this does not, okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it's been a while since...
Again, or sorry, on Friday morning?
Thursday.
Thursday morning. And so we would have that information, I would hope, by the next council meeting. So if we can refer this back to...
Economic.
But it came from downtown lawlessness.
So it has to go to...
Yeah, so refer it to downtown lawlessness for this week, and we'll get that on the agenda. I know agenda is closed, but we'll make sure that it's added to that agenda. and the chair, I hope, will allow that. We add that, and then we'll come back at the next council meeting. Is that okay with my
I would like to ensure we're funding an
The right-
appropriate amount,
and that's what
right?
that should do this.
Because if this isn't it, then we need to know what that amount is.
Yeah, Councillor Carlson?
I was also in to make a referral motion because I've looked at both of these and Ms. Amy's is correct. The 51,000 and change was for a seasonal, for the warm weather months, which is gone. The other proposal was for a year-round, purchasing the equipment and hiring a full-time foreman. And I was going to suggest that that sounds like something that should be referred to November budget discussion for our discussion, because that ship has sailed for the seasonal one, and that's what we're discussing today. And so I would rather put into the hopper for November the full season graffiti abatement as proposed in.
Yeah, the referral can change it as was mentioned, and just so we know where we're at, there's two different resolutions, and I think we're getting hung up and trying to blend the two, so I think it's important we send it back to that committee to do, or that task force, and reply back to council with the additional information in 2 weeks.
2 or 3?
In 3 weeks, sorry. All right. All right, is there any questions with that? Oh, sorry, Acting Mayor?
Just for my own clarification, when we talk about extending boundaries, that's kind of vague. I mean, is that, what is the full intent? I mean, because you're going to have so much in the downtown as it is. But so what's the intention to say, okay, somewhere down on the south end of town, there's something can that be more defined, or is that going to be left open? And maybe that's something can be discussed at, or maybe it has been discussed at that committee.
Sorry, I think that's exactly some of the information that can come back. Like, I mean,
So that's
there's a
another-
lot
yeah.
of questions, and I know that Councillor Middleton Hope and myself sit on that committee. We will take these questions to that task force and make sure that those questions are answered. And if there's any questions that council have, my colleagues, please pass them along to myself and Councillor Middleton Hope. And you're obviously welcome, as always, to come to that task force.
Coffee?
We'll have a coffee for you for sure. All right. Thank you, Ms. Ames. Appreciate that. So with that referral, go ahead.
Referral process or discussion for Thursday, for those of you who can make it. So through you to city manager or city treasurer. Some years ago, then Alderman Wickersham brought forward a graffiti abatement program. And that was not contained within the downtown core, if I recall, because the first project that was done was on a fence on Scenic Drive. And it was on the west side, and yeah, exactly. And so I'm wondering, that was an operating budget item, if I recall, and I think it's only Councillor Parker.
Fence you're talking
Yeah,
about.
I know the fence, and I know the one on the west side that Alderman Wickersham. And that's what I think it was ongoing. So if we could maybe get some information on that, or what happened to the program or the funding. It would have been 2010-ish.
So through Mayor Higgin to Councillor Carlson, so from my understanding, there is components that are inside the parks area, and I'll get Ms. Kleisinger to speak to that. That's within that.
Thank you for the question. These two things get muddied a lot. We do have a graffiti abatement program within the Parks Department that goes citywide. The difference in this would be that if it were on a building downtown, something that is private ownership, that's where the Parks Department, where our graffiti abatement specialist person does not attend to. And so I think from hearing some of the other conversations that Councillor Middleton Hope has had at the Lawlessness Task Force, is the differences would be is that would the program expand to private property as well? So some of the risks that we see from the Parks Department, and if we were to do a picnic shelter and there's a tag on there that has some type of gang tag, we would go in and clean it up right away. Doesn't necessarily mean the paint color has matched perfectly, but accepting the fact that we want to get it off there, we would go meet with the departments and find a paint color that would match later on. And so some of those tactics would need to be just looked at differently for private property, just because our program is more about how we manage our own assets.
And if I can, Mr. Mayor, thank you. But back in the day, because I do remember then Alderman Wickersham bringing this forward, and it was to go on private property lawn. It was all about immediate response. And so if we could maybe, I don't have the ability to search through the minutes, and I'm a Luddite. So if we could find out some of that information and where that ended up, or if I'm completely misremembering and it was only on city property, I stand corrected, but I do remember private property being included. So if we could find out, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. So with that referral, Madam City Clerk, take that motion from, and can we take the referral from yourself? You can do the referral? All right. So Councillor Carlson, referral. Any questions on, sorry, not a referral, it's a, no, it is referral, I'm sorry, yes.
Referral to Downtown Lawlessness Reduction Task Force.
To return in 3 weeks.
And are they clear on what information they're to bring back?
And if there's any additional questions, as I mentioned, my colleagues, please get them to either the chair, Ms. Amies, or to Councillor Middleton Hope or myself, and we can make sure that the committee does get them.
We should probably have them in the motion, what we're asking them for.
Oh boy, there's a lot of questions that came through this.
Mr. Mayor, my thoughts.
Okay.
Was to ask them, do I touch it? I don't know what to do anymore. Oh, here we are. My thoughts on the referral was to refer it to Lawlessness Reduction Task Force to craft a budget request for November. Yeah. Yeah. Or council.
The ongoing for this has already been referred to budget. This is just to get to that. 2024 is already.
Oh, there's already a request coming for this?
For the ongoing.
Well, then why are we dealing with this at all?
This is one time.
And what we've heard is the one-time funding was for a seasonal warm weather that's passed. So I'd say we just
take it to budget, and I'm fine. We can just defeat this, and then we don't have to worry about. It's going to come forward at budget anyways for the yearly. Refer to budget. All right. So we just refer to budget. So. You know what? We're going to take a recess here quickly there to craft this because we're trying to craft this on the fly here. So if we just take a 10-minute break, we'll return at 2:25. Thank you. All right, we'll continue on with the meeting. And I will turn the time over to the mover, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Yep.
And go ahead, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. There's been some confusion, clearly. The original motion came forward back in April. It was time sensitive. It took until now to come forward, which is one of the reasons why it makes absolutely no sense. So what we'll do is we'll withdraw this motion, largely because the motion is already to be considered in November's budget. I need unanimous support to withdraw this motion.
So Councillor Carlson had a referral on top of that motion. Do you withdraw your referral as well?
In light of that it'll be coming in November regardless, I don't think it needs to be referred to. Yeah, I withdraw my referral.
Now, this has to be unanimous.
What if
So just to go back, the yearly abatement is already coming forward in November.
Didn't I just
This
say
was
this?
supposed to come for summer, as Councillor Middleton Hope had mentioned, and summer is gone by the time it's come to council with the break, et cetera. So that one is already coming. So if this is withdrawn, that will still be there. Is that fair to say, Councillor Middleton Hope?
I think that's what I did say.
I know, but we're still had some confusion.
Well, I'm not sure that there is. Let's go ahead and vote
All
on
right.
this.
So it must be unanimous
Yeah.
to withdraw.
Motion to withdraw, Ryan.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Is there anyone not in favor of that? I guess we don't have to vote if there's any. Okay. It's withdrawn. Wow.
There we
We'll never
go.
get that hour back in our lives. All right, and for my colleagues for 10.1, this is from Councillor Middleton Hope, Encampment Strategy Council Update. You have seen that in your package, and I don't know if there's any questions, but of course we do have, CSD is here to answer any questions if there's any questions regarding the encampment strategy. All right, okay, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. To the city manager or designate, with regards to questions, I'm not sure if this would be Ms. Kleisinger or Mr. Malcolm who would answer the questions. I'm just looking and in reading through the report, the majority of complaints have fallen under Tier 2. I'm just wondering if staff could perhaps outline the tiers for us again so that we and the community can understand what those tiers are.
Thank you for the question. So in the strategy, there are 3 tiers outlined. Tier 1 is typically the mess, or a mess, typically left behind from an encampment that is abandoned. Tier 2 and 3 are both occupied encampments, and the differentiation is between the number of structures and or safety components. So a Tier 3 is typically more than 3 structures and or safety concerns that relate to propane tanks, open flame, potential for weapons, or reported behaviors that would be cause a safety concern.
Thank you very much. In the report, you also talk about how the revised outreach report, now internal to the city, was only operational in the month of August, but early results are encouraging and you're excited to see the service grow. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're seeing with the new outreach approach?
Yeah, absolutely. We do have one of our outreach workers here, so I can let him take the mic for provide some boots on the ground of what they're seeing. But really what we saw, and when we contracted it out, we were seeing a really high rate of interactions. So we were seeing like upwards of 1,000 interactions reported on a monthly basis, but the number of successful referrals were quite low. And so we felt that we could do that better, frankly, and we are seeing high results. So in the report, there's some numbers in there in terms of the number of intakes and the number of referrals. Again, only operational for the first month. We're quite encouraged by these numbers. But I think there's also a few kind of descriptions of the supports that are being provided out there, and I will ask that Richard come up and speak to that. Specifically, expanding on one individual who was in an encampment behind Lialta in the Kitchen Center location, who through the provision of outreach services and the connection to some supports found their way into the shelter, which was a great success. So I'll let Richard come up and speak to some of the things he's seen as a boots on the ground.
So one of the things we are hoping to do and are working on right now is getting individuals connected with supports to be able to access safe shelter. So the one that was mentioned had a walker, needed those additional medical supports. So connecting them with Alberta Health Services outreach to get the outreach nurses in place so he could go to the shelter, get the doctor's note. So if this individual was having issues getting down on the mats, so he could get kind of that additional support to get an additional mat to raise that up so he can get up and down.
And then just to help me understand, anything reported over the weekend is not acted upon, correct? We do not have weekend service.
It is not acted upon over the weekend. It is acted upon during the week, the fall after reporting.
Okay, so if it happens on the weekend, it's triaged, and then Monday people would see action going.
That's correct.
Okay.
So 311 in the public reporting system will take the report, and then it gets triaged and acted upon on the Monday following the weekend.
Okay, I'll step out for now. I do have a couple other questions.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton-Oak.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up with that on the weekend. So let's be clear so that the public understands. If I phone 311 Saturday morning, someone is actually going to answer my call, and they're going to tell me that no, there is no encampment program on the weekend. Please provide us with the address of the location, and on Monday we will triage it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so 311 on the weekend then is informed that we do not have resources for the weekend.
That is correct.
Okay, so this question then would be to Ms. Kleisinger. Are we looking at that for the November discussions on budget? To provide for call out, to provide for response on the weekend?
We have a council-approved encampment strategy that we believe we are currently meeting the service needs within that strategy with the staff that we have. We currently aren't looking to bring anything forward for budgets because the response has been fairly positive, recognizing there might be blips a couple of days on the weekend sometimes. But right now, we do believe that we are meeting the needs within the strategy.
Okay, so if we have a tier one or a top tier, tier one or tier three, depending on your perspective, on the weekend, what do we do besides notify the police?
I think you notify the police. If it were tier 3, that would mean that there would be some reason for police to be involved. And we do have experiences with that happening over the weekend, and police were able to respond.
Okay, so are our personnel from the encampment response team, are they called out on the weekend to assist in mitigating an encampment that may be a tier 2 or a tier 3?
They are not. As Mr. Malcolm said before, that would be triaged and dealt with on a Monday morning.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just, this, I consider this to be quite a success that you've developed with your group. I just want to talk to me about the significance and the importance of developing relationships as you've, gone throughout this course for a while. Developing the trust, perhaps, of people who you see on a regular basis, and how critical is that moving forward to getting them into, a better situation.
Yeah, so I think one of the terms that we've used pretty consistently is being the consistent approach. So we recognize that many people, not all, but many people in these situations didn't choose to be in these situations, and they're looking for support. So first of all, we're offering supports through our outreach and through connected service providers. The second piece is that when we do approach them and they are ultimately being moved along and their stuff is being taken down, that we do it in a consistent way so that there's clear expectations and we remove a level of uncertainty, which is typically where behaviors get heightened and we have that additional risk factor. So we've had a great deal of success in compliance, but also overall safety with our team based on that consistent approach, which is why when it comes to things like the weekend response, we want to make sure that we have the ability to do it consistently. So we won't commit at this point in time to doing one Saturday, because then we've enhanced our response and we won't be able to consistently deliver that. That's not fair to the individuals in the encampment. It's not fair to the community as a whole in terms of unrealistic expectations. So one of the pillars of our approach from day one has been to be consistent in our activities.
And I suspect, going through this, people know each other's names at this point too, and that I think that helps with de-escalating anything.
Absolutely. Our team, again, we're working with a team of 1 outreach right now. We're filling the 2nd outreach and 3 encampment response team workers. So we're not dealing with a big team here. We have 5 individuals who are at any point in time out in the community making these interactions and making these relationships. I would say that without speaking on their behalf, well, I am speaking on their behalf, these are overwhelmingly positive, and of course, based on the situation and the different substances and challenges that individuals have, there is the occasional time where things do get a little bit heightened, but overall, that these are positive interactions, and again, compliance is high.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for all the work your team does.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Malcolm, in the report that we have, it's on page, I think, 349 of our agenda package, on page 6 of 7 of the encampment strategy update. We talk about the by names list, and in there, under the intakes, we've got total number of intakes. That's just for August 2024. We've got 18. So does that mean only 18 people were assisted, or are we seeing a larger number?
So we didn't track for the purpose of this report the number of interactions. So in terms of the intakes, I'll let Richard come and speak to what that classified as. But the second set of numbers there is its relation to the BNL. Mm-hmm. So new to the BNL would be to an individual who previously wasn't on our by names list, and that could be because they're new to the community. It could also be because they previously didn't give consent. So those would be, I guess, for our record keeping, new individuals to homelessness in the community.
Okay, so how many do we have total on our by names list?
I will let, Richard, do you have a new number or an updated number? Roughly 380
on our by names list?
Yeah, and so just it's maybe a segue to note that we are going to be doing the point in time count in early October. So this will give us our first apples to apples comparison to that count that was done in 2022, recognizing each of these counts have their pros and cons to them, but will be somewhat our closest thing to an apples to apples in terms of that number of homelessness in our community.
Okay, thank you very much. And then when we look at the charts and we look at the activities, particularly where encampments are being cleaned up, we're seeing that more encampments are happening around the shelter area. Why aren't people using the shelter?
There's a whole host of reasons why individuals aren't using the shelter. What we have seen is this change in numbers is really in this reporting period, which is almost directly related to the construction on the site. So a number of individuals would previously have been on what I call the front lawn of the shelter and receiving supports from the shelter. It's obviously a very large construction site. That has displaced people that were previously on that site into different areas. So one of the things that we've been doing is we've had an enhanced response in that area over the last few weeks, and we're tracking how it pops up in other areas. We recognize that this strategy doesn't make the number of encampments go down, or if it does, it's very slowly. And so what we are seeing is typically when we put an enhanced effort in one area, it happens to pop up somewhere else. And so we are tracking that. One of the things that we will also be paying close attention to is that when the shelter expansion is done, is following and whether that population does shift into the building. I can maybe ask the team to come speak to the variety of different reasons why someone doesn't access the shelter, but again, there are quite a few. Would you like them?
If they have additional information to what you've got, great. If not, that's okay too.
Just to speak to why people don't want to access the shelter, a lot of times it breaks down to they're not comfortable being there. And there's usually 3 reasons we get, whether they feel that it's uncleanly, they don't feel safe there, or they need a place to store their items is also a big one as well. So I've gotten reasons from I don't want to sleep on the mats to I was a victim of a crime in the area and I just don't feel comfortable there.
And those have been passed on to the shelter then, correct?
Yes.
That information? Okay.
Yeah, we have an interagency response team that meets every 2 weeks, and it has representatives from both LHA and the shelter. We're in constant communication around these different things, ground truthing certain things, recognizing these individuals are, again, experiencing a wide variety of different mental and health conditions. And so while they may tell us one thing, it may or may not be, it might be an excuse in some circumstances, it may be totally true in others. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, but again, that's one of the important pieces of the outreach is building that personal connection so that when there are reasons that can be dealt with or addressed, that our team is putting in those supports or making the connections to allow those to be done.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, one final question, if I may, and this to the city manager or designate. When we were at the Canadian Association of Police Governance this summer, we heard from the Chief of Police of Edmonton, and we also heard from Minister Ellis about the navigation centers that are operating in Edmonton and Calgary. Do we have any idea or any indication on whether a navigation center will be coming to Lethbridge? Is this something we should be advocating for? Should we be suggesting a motion arising out of this presentation that we write a letter to the minister on this?
I can answer that as during the barbecue that we had at Whoop Up Days, the premier had says, I'm sure you're going to have a question about a navigation center, which I obviously did have on the list, as was happening, and it's been successful in Calgary and Edmonton. They're looking at places, so they're well aware. They're now looking at a few different places. There is one organization in town that is already wanting to take on that work, and they've been in touch with the province already. So that is happening because they have seen the success from it.
So should we be doing any extra advocacy work on behalf of that organization, or wait until they come and discuss that with us?
Probably when they come and discuss with us. The province is aware, so that's
Okay.
the most important part, I think, and they are working on something. So.
Okay. The Navigation Center? So the Navigation Center was where police and the province and the city of Edmonton got together. They had one centralized location center where people could come in and they could be connected to different services. So whether they needed recovery services, whether they needed medical services, whether they needed housing services, it was a one-stop shop for people to come in, be directed to, and help them into any of the services that they might need. We're doing a fantastic job with our outreach. I think that Navigation Center, though, is the next logical step. And seeing that it has had success in Calgary and Edmonton, I would certainly hope that the province is looking at bringing that here for us.
Thank you. In addition to that, Mr. Malcolm, I do want to applaud you and the team and all CSD for the work that's been done with this encampment strategy since it's been Council did the approval, because it is being recognized not across a province but across the country. I was at an event in Timmins, Ontario, and they knew about this strategy. So it's great to be able to hear that and understand the success that's coming from it. There was a couple questions that I have with that with the strategy, and I understand the weekend because I got to learn very well with Ms. Mitten, and I got to do some good learning on a weekend, as I didn't realize that there was nothing that would happen on the weekends and that it would come on Monday morning, which is good. It's great that you've been able to share how that works. The concern, I guess, that I've seen, and I've had the opportunity of going a few times past the shelter, and we've heard reasons for folks not being in the shelter. It's really gotten a little out of control, the encampments there. Understand that there's the building is going on now, and that's tough. Why they're not coming in there? One thing I don't think that was shared that I know has been mentioned to me as well, and from both staff and someone that I asked on the street, is they don't like the rules, because there's rules you can't use within the shelter, which to me, it's good to have that rule. And if there's no substance abuse that's within that facility. So not being able to have to follow the rules, I'm sure that's something that they're not going to share. They might share, I don't feel comfortable there, or other things. But what I'm hearing is that there's rules, because there are places to keep some of their belongings and stuff. So in light of all of the concerns that I'm hearing sometimes on a daily basis, to be quite honest, with what's happening in encampments in that area, is there a heightened level on these hot zones like that of around the shelter to help with some of the businesses there? Because it's a growing concern, and again, I'll say the encampment strategy is going wonderful. I'm seeing some of these hot spots, which you've indicated the reason, but is there more that we're doing within those areas to help support those businesses?
Things we're doing, I'd say we're probably not getting there fast enough to make the big difference, and that's just a learning process. So one thing is our entire team went and met with the businesses in the area. Face-to-face interactions, introduced who we are, that we would come to their business when we're out doing the coordinated cleanup so that they can actually understand what it is we're doing. So that's one step. The other is meeting with the other service agencies in the area to make sure that we're coordinated in our messaging. So that being the AHS operated OPS site, as well as Blood Tribe Department of Health and LHA as the owner of that site. And then we are working with LPS. So we've had many conversations with LPS. One of the things that I'll share is that, again, our approach is not to go right to laying charges and arresting. We're providing the outreach and the connection. We're moving people along largely without LPS interaction, but when it is a repeat, and this is going on for the same spot for a month in a row, police are stepping up and increasing their response. So they were very active as recently as this morning in that area with some of that work. We've also increased our response to that specific area to having 2 coordinated cleanups a week. We're not necessarily going all the way to daily because we want to kind of ease into it, but we do have a presence in the neighborhood every single day. We're just focusing on those coordinated cleanups currently about twice a week. Again, then also measuring and taking track of where it's popping up elsewhere in the community. So that's kind of, we recognize we have the data to show it. We have the eyes to see it. So we're doing our best to respond. And then we've put it out to the entire team to discuss and whether there's other measures that we can take into place. I think one of the challenges being like fencing, for example, we're talking about like a meter of public right-of-way between where the fence and the road is. So is a fence really going to change anything, or is that just going to put them onto the roadway and create an even more unsafe situation? So we are certainly having conversations around every which way we could address that area. We recognize the pressure it's putting on businesses, and there's a bunch of partners looking at it.
Well, I'm glad that you're working on it. That's the most important part, and I appreciate hearing that. And I do want to commend you on the fact of outreach workers. We've heard about these navigation centers of absolute importance, but going to where folks are is very important. I've heard the success, and I can't thank you all enough because it's nobody has a crystal ball, but I mean these little things we're doing are making a difference, and so thank you again to your team. Councillor, no. All right. With that, to open debate, Councillor Middleton Hope.
It's receiving for information.
All right. So question has been called. All in favor? All right. It's unanimous. Thank you. We like information. All right, next on the list, a resolution from Councillor Parker, 10.2 Lethbridge and District Exhibition Memorandum of Understanding. That's the MOU update that was in the package and also in for the public to be able to see as well online. So if there's any questions around that, or if there's any questions, we do have Mr. Gallucci here in the crowd to answer any questions if there's any questions. And because he came all this way over here, I'm sure we will have a few questions, and we do. Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
I don't see...
I'm sorry, this is Daryl. You're 10.3. Don't leave yet. Mr. Gallucci will be at you in a few minutes. So this is Mr. Matthews. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Deputy Mayor Carlson.
Oh, Mine is on 10.3. Sorry, Daryl.
Look at that, Mr. Matthews. All right, we do have Councillor Schmidt-Rempel for 10.2.
So my question, this one I've got, could really go either way. Have we, just taking a look at the financials that we've committed, the information in there, have we had any rental queries? I know we have one renter out there, but have we had any other rental queries, and how are we evaluating and handling those to offset some of the costs that we're seeing?
There we go. Thank you, Mayor Higgin, and to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So I will get Mr. Gallucci to come up here and talk a little bit more in depth, because it does cross between the two. I do know that one of the things that we're looking at, or one of the things that LDE is looking at, is actually the rental components. The reason why you're also seeing that the money's not drawing down as fast on the MOU front is because of some of the revenue aspects that have came in this year, and the usage of their funds at the LDE prior to. You'll see that inside of Mr. Gallucci's package in regards to the operating forecast. So Mr. Gallucci is probably the best one to answer the questions in regards to different things that they're doing on that, but they do cross into it. And from this report, that's why you're seeing, although it's committed inside of here, the forecast, we are expecting that there will be a surplus funding at the end of October 31st is their fiscal year end, which actually is a good thing from that point of view, from what the original projections were at the beginning.
Mr. Gallucci.
If I may, one last thing on that before I pass over to Mr. Gallucci. The city manager wisely whispered in my ear here to say that even though what I just said, so we're not spending all of the money, it's still a deficit. So it's not that there's a surplus, it's less of a deficit. That's right.
And thank you for the question. I just want to clarify the rentals that you're referring to. Those are across the board, or?
Specifically looking at the older facilities, like we see the growth in the new facilities, that's outlined in your report, but specifically at the old facilities, how are we using those to offset some of our costs?
Yeah, so we've been looking at this very carefully. We've had a few people approach us about rentals. We did rent to one, you probably see it there, yep. Spirit of Halloween. After examining a number of other potential rentals, one of the problems we have is the condition of the old pavilions. So going into additional rentals has become a concern for us, in that once we're committed to a certain amount of revenue, which people will only pay so much, that there could be failure in the mechanical, water, electrical areas that would cost a substantial amount. And if we lease those areas for rentals, then it could end up costing us quite a bit more than we would ever make in the rentals. So we are looking at proposing, we're trying to balance them somewhat, and then proposing to look at maybe not renting at all and winding down those old pavilions entirely, because the rent that the rent that we could generate, we could probably generate more by shutting them down and not using them in the savings than we would make in the rent that we would generate from the groups that we have.
Okay. I will step out for a moment, but I do have a follow-up question to that.
Okay. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gallucci, for being here, and forgive me if I'm blending 10.2 and 10.3, but since you're there, I'm just going to ask some questions, if you don't mind. One of the concerns I've had for many, many, many years on council, and it's one of the reasons I did not support the exhibition project at one point, was because of the competition. And I never wanted to see city-funded, city-subsidized facilities competing with the private sector. And so I have a question about the Spirit of Halloween. Can you assure me that that is not competing with outside, with private business at a subsidized rate?
I would, yeah, I can confidently tell you that it's not competing. They were looking for space and they found it very, very difficult to find space this year. Buildings are either being rented out at a top rate or when we were able to talk to them, it was a matter, we definitely weren't their first choice. So we're probably down the line quite a bit, but in that case, yes, it wasn't really competition.
Cool, thank you. I appreciate hearing that. And a question that I meant to ask at the last time you were in front of us, but I was away, was about RibFest and the change in venue. Because I recall that when we were considering taking over the exhibition, one of the things I said, please do not poach from your other old job, second hat, I don't know what it is now, at the NMAX to subsidize, because while it will make one's balance sheet look better, it'll make the others look, just putting from one pocket to the other. And so I did have some questions about RibFest occurring on that site and why the change. And can you give me any explanation on that, even though it's several? I'm a little bit late in asking, but the folks that asked me to ask, I can still give them a response.
Yeah, I can speak to that. Our goal is to not take business from one or the other displace. It is to primarily find the best venue and the best location for it, depending on the circumstances. In this case, RibFest at the arena was typically held in mid-August. Because they do routing and they are in certain places, they really wanted to move their dates to the late June, July weekend. By doing that, it made it more difficult for the arena to host that event. More importantly, though, they felt that they wanted to be closer to the Canada Day area, so it was really a question by them of moving their dates to a different time frame that really forced the situation where they were better suited at the exhibition in this case, and having it be on Canada Day as well, the location was ideal. And speaking to that, you'll see the circus or the cirque that is the waterfront. So there was a vampire one held at the arena. That one, and now it's been moved and it's over at the exhibition. You'll see it at the end of this month. Again, that's not to displace it. The difference is that they insist that they must drive stakes about 18 to 20 inches into the ground. We asked them to tie it off onto concrete, but they said this is the only way they can go. The arena has completed its new parking lot, which driving stakes into it would create holes and water leaks and that type of thing, and they felt that wouldn't, and they didn't want to go to the tie-off, which means having the exhibition with a parking lot that's needs quite a bit of work. Driving stakes into it, which we just had the Whoop Up Days rides do that. It doesn't affect it that much. So just to ease your mind that our goal is to place the right business in the right location and not to take from one or the other.
Thank you. I really appreciate hearing that. One final question, if I can, Mr. Mayor. It was always a challenge for me reading the balance sheets because it's 9 months and because your year end is October. Is there any thought of harmonizing that with this? Because it just makes zero sense to me.
So thank you, Councillor Carlson, and that's a perfect segue of what we want to do. One of the things that we did discuss with the LD board is actually beginning the process of moving their year end to December 31st calendar year. There's a number of reasons why that would be the case. One, it's easier for individuals just in the community to understand a fiscal year from a calendar year perspective, but also for ours is a calendar year, and now that we're the single shareholder, we must consolidate this, and the amount of work and effort between the audit teams of both parties, extra work, we think it's the best interest to do it. So we're just beginning that discussions and making sure that there isn't anything on, within the Ag Society or any other reasons why we can't do it, but initial scoping says it should be able to do.
Excellent. It would help my brain as well. Thank you.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I guess we're mixing up the two different questions here. So my question is partly to the Board of Directors, but also to you, Mr. Gallucci. We focus a lot on the budget and et cetera, and we should. But I want to talk a bit about the mandate, because the exhibition is not simply there as a rental. It is an agricultural society. And again, perhaps Mr. Brierley can answer a bit more about this. Is there anything that we can be updated on around ag societies and what is happening around ag societies in the province, and what work individually the exhibition is doing to do a better job as an ag society, to do more and to better support agricultural community in southwestern Alberta? I don't think Mr. Brierley heard the question.
I can answer it though. Currently, the province has, the government of Alberta has stepped up, and specifically the Department of Agriculture and Irrigation, and they have they've RFP'd out a request, and Deloitte & Touche is underway right now, looking at the regional ag societies, of which we are. Typically, there is the primaries, which are the smaller locations, and there's, I won't get the number exactly right, but there's about 260, 270 of those. There is 7 regional ag societies. That would be Lethbridge being one of them, Medicine Hat, Red Deer, Grand Prairie, and along those lines. So what they're specifically doing is analyzing and reviewing the grant program for ag societies and where that would go and what needs to happen there. This is a bit of a rush for them to get that done because they like to have it into the department by late October, is my understanding, with the ability to look at it for next year's budget. So we're complying and trying to give them as much information as possible to make an informed decision on that. To speak a little bit more, you're right. The exhibition isn't just dollars and cents. It supports a lot of community events. It supports a lot of activities around agriculture. We have ventured into, like this November, you'll see the Ag Innovation Conference, which will be a first time in Lethbridge. It was in Red Deer last year. It's a bit of a partnership between Red Deer and Lethbridge, alternating it. We have different agricultural areas and aspects, but it's really to take agriculture to that next level, give people the opportunity to look at how do you move to the processing, or how do you get into the processing, or how do you connect with those people. We're very excited about this. Along with the other things we do, we're also looking at Whoop Up Days and how do we bring back maybe Aggie days within that programming where there is a little bit more of the goats, the sheep, that type of thing. So we're very focused on the agriculture. In fact, our board just recently passed a motion that we would be focused on agriculture, convention, and trade, and businesses as our top priorities. So we're doing a lot of work in those areas to make sure that we're meeting our mandate and frankly to exceed it. Right now, Ag Society is required to have 50 agricultural days. We exceed those right now, and we're hoping to actually incorporate a lot more of that programming in the next couple of years. And then there's the other part that is like the farmers market, which is part of our agriculture support. Again, these aren't money generators. They're really community initiatives that help bring people together, farm to table, that type of thing. So I'm not specifically answering your question, but we are working on a number of initiatives in that area to expand it.
So those are the two questions. One, the mandate is of being discussed, being considered, again, not just a rental place, but looking into that. And would I be clear in saying, because the province is choosing to look into regional ag societies, and maybe Mr. Brierley can better answer this, we're not the only ag society that's having some issues?
No, I would say all the regional ones are somewhat, we're all in the same place. We're all trying to meet the demands of the maintenance and overhead budgets while still providing an affordable product and still meeting that mandated community in agriculture.
Okay. And are you in conversation with the other ag societies, the regional ag societies, to find best practices within that group?
We talk actually weekly, or almost every second week for sure, just to make sure we're all connected. Again, just the regionals do.
Right.
We face the similar problems. We look for answers. We look at what people are doing or can't do, what's successful, what isn't, and then how does that apply to your region.
And from that, do you have the sense of what is the biggest issues facing not only local area, but regional ag societies across the province?
The report will probably, the Deloitte producers will probably have a really a detailed area, but you can generally tell it's a matter of being affordable at the same time as covering increasing inflationary costs of maintenance, preventative maintenance programs, capital. Those are the ones. Every time you build something, there is an operational cost, as this council knows, and if you don't maintain those areas, you can run into some real problems. A case in point is the old pavilions. We've only been out of that building for just over a year. I can see how the public struggles a little bit, where they go, well, how rough can they be? But the maintenance really needed to be a little bit more than it was, because they are in a considerably rough shape. So.
Okay, thank you. I can't wait to read the Deloitte report and see what the next expectations of regional ag societies will be. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I just want to go back to a comment that Mr. Matthews made in looking at the financial end of this. So, Mr. Matthews, you stated that we would be seeing a surplus at the end of the fiscal year, which will still be a loss, but it puts us in a better financial position. So what does that better financial position look like? Are we still going to be looking at the $6.1 million committed amount? Will our committed amount be less than that? Will it be more than that? What does that help me understand what better financial position looks like?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin, to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Some of that information will come out here publicly later in the fall as we're still working through numbers on it. But I can say and foreshadow for that, and you will see, I know we'll be talking about other things later today. But what I can say in there is that it's going to be greatly reduced from the $6.1 million ongoing. Keep in mind, or $5 million from the point of view of the actual grant from the city last year. So if you remember, just rolling back for council members to remember, in January at that time, there was the net bottom line was larger than that, but the grants for capital and operating from the city totaled $2 million of capital and $3 million of operating. But the only reason why it was only $3 million of operating and for 2024 at that time was because there was cash still in the bank with LDE, their reserves. So as we move throughout the year, what I know from working with Mr. Gallucci and his team, that those reserves will be drawn down to zero closer to September. However, we won't have our full allocation of our operating grants. And we're looking that there potentially by October 31st, there'll still be about $2 million in our operating grant that hasn't been allocated in this year. So what that also means is that there's some flexibility and working and using those funds going forward. As for the budget pieces, the budget will come out publicly from LDE later this fall.
Switching over to a couple of questions with regards to the board. In prep for this meeting, I took a look at the website to look for meeting minutes and noticed there are no board meeting minutes for April, May, and June. When will those be posted, or were there no board meetings for April or for those months?
No, there was board meetings. I'll double check on that and we will get those up rather quickly.
Okay.
Then, yeah.
And then the other thing I noticed is that we appear to have lost 3 board members since February. When we did the MOU, there are 3 board members that are not listed on the website. So I'm just wondering if there is a board recruitment plan for that, or if that's an oversight that we don't have those 3 members listed.
Happy to answer that. A decision was made by the board to reduce the size of the board. The size of the board that was at 9 wasn't deemed necessary, so we reduced the size to 7, and one of those members has left the city, and that's just currently in flux right now. So once we've determined that, that city member would drop back onto the board.
Okay, so that won't be a public process then, that'll be somebody appointed from the city of Lethbridge.
That's correct, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Crowson?
Sorry, I just forgot to mention that Saturday is Agricultural Societies Day for Alberta, so hopefully you're giving yourself a cake or something. Or, your board.
We are planning on saluting it with our fellow regional ag societies.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, I see no further questions from the 10.2/3 combined resolutions, but we're going to deal with 10.2 at the moment. Thank you very much, Mr. Galucci. You may be back up again. So moved by Councillor Parker, Lethbridge District Exhibition Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU update. 10.2, be resolved the City Council receive the report as information. Councillor Parker.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And to 10.3, a resolution from Councillor Dodick, Lethbridge District Exhibition Monthly Financial Reporting and Operating Forecast, which sounds like we've went through a lot of discussions, but there may be more. Be resolved that City Council receive for information Lethbridge District Exhibition Monthly Financial Operating Report for the month ended July 2024 and the operating forecast to the end of LDE's fiscal year of October 31st, 2024. Open for question. Oh, and we do have public hearing 3 o'clock, so we will, if we can, on this one here, I think we went through the discussion of it anyways. However, Councillor Dodick.
Nothing to say, just read them and weep. Call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. And with that, we will adjourn to the public hearing. Or we will recess to the public. All right. All right. We will move forward with the public hearing. Called to order the public hearing for bylaw 6409, land use bylaw amendment regarding 3690 36th Street North. The procedure for the hearing will be begin by calling Tyson Boylan, a senior community planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We'll then ask 3 times if there's anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. So I now call on Mr. Boylan to provide background to the case. Mr. Boylan.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. This is bylaw 6409, it's a proposed land use bylaw amendment to 3690 36th Street North. So the slide above describes the applicant and the purpose for today's rezoning from IH to a direct control district. A representative from the applicant is joining us today to answer questions as well. So the proposed amendment area is outlined in green as shown above. It covers a parcel that contains a building that was partially completed as a cannabis production facility. Construction of the facility was halted a few years ago, but has been acquired by the applicant, who is now finishing the building and is trying to attract new tenants. Surrounding the site is heavy industrial development, including the Triple M housing plant directly to the west, storage for Triple M to the south, and vacant lands to the immediate north and to the east. So the top photo is looking toward at the western side of the building. The immediate area past it to the north is currently undeveloped, with the Cavendish plant being located further in the background here. The bottom photo is looking towards the northern side of the building, and as you can see, the building was being finished here in June when this picture was taken. So this slide shows the existing and the proposed land use districts. The applicant desires to retain the uses and the regulations under the existing IH district and also desires some uses that are under the IG district, such as building trades and contractors and equipment sales, rental, and service as discretionary uses. The proposed DC district also utilizes 3 land uses that are not under the IH nor the IG districts as discretionary uses. These 3 are household repair services, service stations, and warehouse retail. All of this is not allowed under any conventional land use district, so a rezoning to a DC district is required today. To summarize, this will allow for greater flexibility for the applicant in the future, while still maintaining compatibility with the surrounding heavy industrial development. So the application was evaluated in terms of different planning documents, including the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan and the MDP, and it complies with the policies that are shown above here. And in terms of the governing ASP, the proposed amendment is in compliance with its land uses and its policies. As the proposed DC district contains the same uses as the IH district, and any additional land uses have been carefully selected to ensure compatibility with heavy industrial uses, the proposed DC district will not hinder existing or future heavy industrial development within Sharon. So the Sharon Outline Plan also specifically alludes to using DC districts in certain situations as long as a heavy industrial nature is maintained. And finally, no concerns from city staff were identified through our circulation either. So for notification, mailers were sent out to the 2 owners of the parcel shown on the green hatched areas above, and most of the surrounding parcels are actually owned by the city. Ads appeared in the Herald, and this was also advertised for the public on the city's website. I received no calls from nearby landowners or the public about this bylaw as of today. So in conclusion, bylaw 6409 is compliant with all existing statutory and approved plans for the area, and a recommendation is on the slide above. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boylan. Just as was mentioned by Mr. Boylan, Mr. Hachikowski and Ms. Dumage are there both here to answer any questions, but will not be presenting, correct? Right. All right. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a presentation on this matter? As a reminder, the presenters will have 5 minutes to speak to the issue. For a second time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this issue? And for a third and final time, are there any members of the public who wish to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. And Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Boylan, you mentioned 3 uses, additional uses that are proposed that aren't included in either the IH or the HI or the, what's the other one? General Industrial. I know what a service station is. What is warehouse and warehouse retail and household repair?
Warehouse retail is like carpet stores.
Sorry, carpet. Oh, end of the row.
Carpet stores, where there's like a showcase kind of area, and then a large kind of warehouse area in the back. And the second one was
household repair service.
Household repair services. It's things like appliance repair.
Oh, okay. Household appliance repair.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Don't they just throw them
There is
away
some, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Boyland, on our status of directed resolutions, we still have we have a question, the mayor and I, with regards to information about where the city stands with heavy industrial land. So my question on this is, how will this affect our heavy industrial land inventory? And is there anything that we need to be concerned about, making sure that we're not losing heavy industrial, that it's still going to be available for that? Just give us some confidence that we're still going to be able to use this for heavy industrial should those investments come through.
Sure. So the existing uses under the heavy industrial district under permitted uses are all still permitted. Any additional uses are under discretionary. So that means that the applicant does not have as a right to develop that specific use. And at that time, if a discretionary use comes in, the inventory of heavy industrial land and areas can be looked at then. So it's a possibility. It might not go ahead or it might go ahead.
Okay, so we're not losing heavy industrial by doing this?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I see no further questions. So hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. Next, we'll move to bylaw 6449, public hearing talking points. Here are, I'll call the public hearing for bylaw 6449, land use bylaw amendment regarding the crossings, phase 9, 1205 30th Street West. The procedure for this hearing will begin by calling Mr. Boylan, who is at the mic right now, Senior Community Planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak to the bylaw will then be called upon. We will ask 3 times if there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council then we'll have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters, and then the hearing will be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. I'll now call upon Mr. Boylan to provide the background to the case. And just so you know, the applicant, Mr. Croyle, on behalf of Opportunity Lethbridge, is also here to answer questions later. So, Mr. Boylan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and members of Council. This time I have for you a proposed land use bylaw amendment for the crossings phase 9. It's bylaw 6449. And again, the slide above describes the applicant and the purpose for today's rezoning. A representative from Opportunity Lethbridge, Spencer Coyle, is joining us today to answer questions as well. And the proposed amendment area is outlined in green as shown above here. The site is currently an undeveloped area that lies between developed and developing areas of Gary Station and the crossings in the Gary Station area. The developer is referring to it as the crossings phase 9, as they have also developed the remainder of the crossings immediately to the south. To the east is Meaty Trail and the well-established neighborhood of Indian Battle Heights. So here's a panoramic photo taken from the current extent of Aquitania Boulevard looking towards the north. As you can see, the site is currently undeveloped with the existing areas of Gary Station that are well off into the distance way in the background there. On the right, there's a bit of a depression that will be the storm pond that is part of this rezoning. So once again, this slide shows existing and the proposed land use districts side by side. The existing FUD district does not allow for low-density residential or parks, requiring today's rezoning to allow for this. The proposed RCL district will be used for single detached homes. The RM district that is shown here will allow for single detached homes containing secondary suites, and they have been strategically located on corner parcels with lane access. And the PR district will contain a storm pond that is surrounded by a park. As you can see, areas both to the north in Gary Station and to the south in the crossings have also been zoned to allow for the same type of development. So the application was evaluated in terms of different planning documents, including the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, and it complies with the policies that are shown above here. In terms of the governing MDP, ASP, and outline plan, the proposed amendment is in compliance with the policies and the land uses that are described and shown in these plans. And no concerns from city staff were identified through our circulation either. So for notification, mailouts were sent out to the 40 owners of the parcel shown in the green hatched areas above. Ads appeared in the Herald, and this was also advertised for the public on the city's website. And I received no calls from nearby landowners or the public about these bylaws as of today, but I see that there are a couple of submissions to today's agenda. So in conclusion, Bylaw 6449 is compliant with all existing statutory and approved plans for the area, and a recommendation is on the slide above here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? As a reminder, the presenters will have 5 minutes to speak to the issue. Please come forward and state your name at the mic. Thank you.
My name is Simon Han. I currently live in the Crossings with my wife, Kathy. We're at 721 Atlantic Cove West, right adjacent to the new development. We're all the properties along Atlantic Cove and Devonia Way are, they're single family, not multiple family. Now on the alley behind us, there's going to be, I think it's 3 properties that could become suited. And yeah, we're just appealing to you that those suited units be moved north to a corner farther north. I understand they have to be on a corner, but move them north, you'd have the same quantity, and we wouldn't be bothered with extra traffic along the alley. And yeah, there's going to be a lot more parking adjacent to us, and the traffic on the alley is going to increase. So that's our main objection. The other concern is timing. I'm not sure what the plans are for timing.
All right, we can definitely get some of those questions asked for you. Is there anyone else from the public? And thank you very much for your presentation. Anyone else from the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? For a third and final time, is there any member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing none, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. And we'll start off, as it's fresh in the mind from our previous presenter, timelines. You've heard some of the questions. I'm not sure if who can answer that, Mr. Boylan, or if it's Mr. Croyle to answer those questions. Please, I think you've heard the same ones I have, obviously. If you can maybe address some of those.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon to you and Council. My apologies. I want to make sure I'm answering the question specifically. So if I understand it correctly, there's a question of the timelines for when that phase would be built out?
Yes, that one, as well as the corner lots for the multifamily. And I think that was the 2 main ones. Is that correct? And how you're going to deal with the traffic and if there's anything around that?
Certainly. So in terms of timing, the phase overall consists of about 78 lots. That's going to be developed over 2 sub-phases as we ease back into recovery in the local market. So we'll bring on 42 lots next year. Some rough grading and specific work will be done this fall to prepare the area overall. And then next year, the focus will be on servicing and getting 42 of the lots, primarily in the southern half of the Phase 9 area, brought online by next summer. The remaining 36 lots would be brought online in 2026. In terms of the RM lots, part of the reason there are, it could be characterized as a few more than in previous phases is because we have shorter east-west blocks in the phase, just as a result of the park space and how the design of that phase works overall. So in keeping with where RM lots have been included in previous phases, we do look to the corner lots for the benefit of additional frontage to allow for easier design from the home builders to have off-street parking accommodated and things like that. Just to put it in context, we have a total of 9 RM lots and 69 RCL lots that would be as per the image on the screen here. So that's about 11.5% of total lots coming online as RM. In previous phases, our average has been about 10%. So dropping these 2 lots as per the correspondence received, while it wouldn't be the preference of the developer, it wouldn't be a significant impact to the development, as that would bring our average in this phase down to about 9% of all lots being RM, rather than 11.5. In terms of addressing the concerns around parking, my understanding is there is an increase in parking in general, as far as I understand, of about 1 more vehicle trip per home per day. So from a technical perspective, it's not substantial, but it is there from a measurable perspective. And we do trust that when we bring these RM lots online, the design requirements of the land use bylaw will help to alleviate some of the concerns around things like additional traffic and parking needs.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you very much, Mr. Curl, for that information. We also had a correspondence from Stacey Gaudette Sharp, and one of the things she was really glad to see was that the park is going to be developed. So with regards to that, what is the timeline, and will this be phase 1 or phase 2 for the park, and what amenities will you be seeing in that park?
Certainly, through the chair, thank you for the question. That one's a little bit easier to answer, less nuance there. The short answer is it's going to be rough graded this fall and into next spring, and then the park itself should be brought online by the fall of next year. So the amenities we would include, as per the outline plan, would be an entry feature in the southwest corner of that park space, including a naturalized playground, which is essentially a playground that meets the standards of parks and the national and provincial bodies that regulate those types of amenities. But it just looks like logs and things to climb on and things for kids to jump off of that fits a little bit more with the theme of that park space.
And one of the other things, you're bringing this forward on behalf of Opportunity Lethbridge, which means, this is your board of directors sitting here. So RM lots or RCL lots, which sell faster?
That's a great question. We typically see the same absorption from our builder group as they're required and often very much looking forward to receiving their half of the lots that come on with any phase or sub-phase. Generally speaking, the RM lots will go at that time, and if not, they'll get typically purchased immediately at the public law trial that occurs after the builder group law trial.
Because for affordability, there is a real demand for RM lots?
We continue to see demand in the market, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you. And this question, I guess, is to Mr. Croyle. So as I understand Mr. and Mrs. Hand's suggestions, which seem to me to be quite reasonable, they've taken into consideration what the potential impact will be if we allow this to go forward, so that there would be the potential for a new zoning for lots that would back onto, I presume, Mr. Hand, it's an alleyway that would be between your home and the new homes? That's right. Okay. And Mr. Croyle, do we know whether that would be a paved alleyway or whether it would be a gravel alleyway?
Through the chair, that would be a paved alleyway.
It would be a paved alleyway, okay. So the dust and gravel component of it is taken out perhaps, but what Mr. Hand didn't also include, in which he did he did indicate that there's parking issues, vehicle issues, but receptacle issues. If we have more residences there, would we not have additional receptacles for those homeowners that are now, if you've got a two-tiered building, you now have more receptacles there?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question. I don't have the answer to that off the top of my head, but I'm wondering if a colleague might have the answer to that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of Mr. Hand pointed out the vehicle to traffic and so forth. I see a potential issue there in terms of if we have another 3 receptacles per residence, that's more space that's being taken up in the alleyway. It has a tendency to conflict with vehicular traffic and so forth. So I'm wondering if we could. Oh, Mr. Sanchez, take a stab at it.
No, I was going to comment, without seeing the detailed plans or how that is going to play out, it's hard to assess. So we will need to, once the applicant puts the proposal moving forward, to see what are they planning to do so we can incorporate what the traffic or parking implications could be.
Okay, so Mr. Hand, I take it we're going to hear more about whether or not there's going to be receptacles and whether or not they will conflict with vehicular traffic in the alleyway. Mr. Croyle, the question then to you is this an unreasonable request to, as Mr. Hand has identified in his diagram here, is it an unreasonable request to move some of the zoning from one location to perhaps the north end of the location? Is it unreasonable?
Through the chair to Councillor Middleton Hope, I did fail to provide one point of clarity on the request, which is, unfortunately, the map as shown doesn't show the continuation of the blocks that the correspondence has suggested the RM lots be shifted to.
Yeah.
The 2 locations that the RM lots are suggested to be shifted they would be mid-block. The blocks don't terminate at the end of the L in the northwest corner of the subject area. That would continue to be a solid block of homes until the next intersection, which is further north.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure that you answered the question. So Mr. Han, as I see it, is asking that zoning portion at the south end of the lots be shifted to the north. Are we just shifting the problem to the next area that we would have to deal with a similar type of issue where people that are backing on to the new area would also have the same kinds of concerns that Mr. Han and Mrs. Han have voiced?
So one thing I would suggest, with suites, it's always a difficult conversation around the potential impacts. Sometimes it's worth considering that in homes that may have multiple teenagers or multiple families living within them, the same type of impacts are realized, whether it's a suited product or not.
Right.
So it's very difficult to know lot by lot what the actual impact is going to be. We do see demand in the market. They're most suitable where they are. There's nowhere else in the areas indicated by the folks who have brought the correspondence forward that would necessarily work. So if those 2 lots were to be shifted back to RCL, it would simply be a loss of RM lots in this phase of the subdivision.
So how many potential residences would we be out?
2.
Well, you've said that you're talking about the 2 lots here, and they would be, if we approve the change to a new zoning, it would allow for additional accommodation on the same lot, correct? Either a suite or something of that nature. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So how many actual residences would we be losing if we went to single family here without the additional lots? How many actual lots would we, or how many actual residences would we be losing? Would we be losing 2?
Through the chair to Councillor Mill, I think I understand your question now.
Yeah.
The answer would be none, just the opportunity for suites in 2 of the homes that would remain.
Okay, so, all right, so there would be no loss to the developer, potentially? Do I understand that right?
There would be a reduction in flexibility for those 2 lots.
A reduction in flexibility. Okay. All right, I think I got it. Thank you.
Mr. Palladino, Councillor Palladino.
No, Mister's fine.
Mister's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, my questions were largely answered by Mr. John Middleton Hope. I'm taking it then the planning department isn't really in favor of adjusting the site plan at all right now. You're pretty much, you're committed to this design.
Through the chair to Councillor Palladino, I wouldn't be able to speak for planning and design, but as the developer's representative, my preference would be that this remain as presented.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson. Mr. Sanchez, you had a question or a comment?
Yes, just I want to do one comment. I was talking to Tyson, and he can expand more into the details, but when you look at the outline plan for Gary Station, it says that the preferable location for this type of parcels are corner parcels, but that doesn't mean that they could be in a midway. So that's something that the developer can always look and work with planning and design in order to find the best location that suits their needs and the needs of all their customers.
Are there any further questions? Hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. And with that, we will recess. Or we can go, oh, wait a minute. Well, we can continue right now. If we're ready to go, we'll continue. Perfect. All right, anything else we need to do prior to hopping back in? I don't think so. All right, let's move on. Moved by, who wants to take this reso? Okay. 13.1.
I'll take 13.1.
All right.
Nick wanted them both. He did ask first.
Oh, Nick act for both. Okay. Okay. Moved by Councillor Palladino. Bylaw 6409, land use bylaw amendment regarding 3690 36th Street North for a second reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6409, land use bylaw amendment at 3690 36th Street North be given second reading. Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a proposed land use bylaw amendment that effectively adds a few more we're doing the, we're doing the.
Yeah, you're
okay.
right.
Take cannabis. To add a few more industrial uses to a list of uses already allowed for in heavy industrial and general industrial categories by using the direct control designation. The proposed uses are desired by the applicant and are compatible with surrounding industrial uses. New uses will be warehouse retail, service stations, and household repair service. We heard what the definition of those were. The proposed amendment also complies with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, the city's municipal development plan, and the sharing area structure plan. The proposed rezoning will not have any significant impact on the inventory of land allocated for heavy industrial uses now or in the future. First reading was given on July 23rd of 2024, and we just had the public hearing today. So I will support moving this to second reading.
Thank you. We do have a question or a comment. No, not on this one. All right. So with that, I see no further questions. Questions been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. And for third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6409, land use bylaw amendment, 3690 36th Street North, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councilor Palladino, question been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. And we'll move on to Councilor Palladino, bylaw 6449, land use bylaw amendment regarding the crossings, phase 9, 1205 30th Street West. 13.2 for a second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6449, land use bylaw amendment regarding the crossings, phase 9, 1205 30th Street West be given second reading. Councilor Palladino.
This bylaw will effectively amend the plans for a current vacant parcel as described in the crossings from future urban development to comprehensively planned low density, mixed density, and parks and recreation. The proposed amendment will allow for a future residential development that complies with the West Lethbridge Phase 2 area structure plan. A good portion of the site will facilitate a stormwater management facility, with the rest of the vacant land slated for single detached dwellings, including some with secondary suites. And we've heard a request from the neighbors, and I am going to suggest we proceed with second reading as it is.
All right, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. And I do not propose that we move forward with second reading. We do not have a response from administration vis-a-vis the containers and what kind of a potential impact they might have on the alleyway. Mr. Sanchez has indicated that there are potentially other options that are available. So, well, we asked for it. Yeah, we did.
So,
We asked for the
has the
additional
question
information.
been answered there? There was a question regarding, during the public hearing, has that been answered? Obviously not to Councillor Middleton Hope's. Is it front or back pickup? There's a good what to do, Mr. Sanchez. Would you know what that is?
So typically, those type of details are happening during the design phase, and that's when it goes to PRT that we can make recommendations. In this case, we're looking at the zoning itself, which complies and complies with the plan. Now, when you talk about the location of a specific parcel or the details about that parcel, that happens on the next step. So that could be considered when we do the next steps for the development permit application and other items that will need to be reviewed.
So you will not have that until the next step. Oh, well, that's a good question, right? Currently, right now, where would be the pickup? Do you know, Mr. Sanchez, currently? We heard from someone that lived in the area that presented that, do you know where that pickup is? Is it the front or the rear?
That was just what I was going to draw to council's attention, that any new information would have to be in a new public hearing.
Any new information? Okay.
So there's no more questions in that regard.
No more questions. Okay, don't answer that. All right, we want to get through this. Okay, so you have the information that you do, Councillor Middleton Hope, and you can vote accordingly.
Yeah.
And anything else to add?
Oh,
You're
I've
done?
got a lot to add, but I won't.
Okay, with that, I have Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting this. I think we heard during the public hearing that any added traffic will be minimal. It was the council's desire that these lots, these suited lots, be put on corners because of parking concerns. They'd be put next to parks because of parking concerns. So I don't think they'll have any parking issues because of where council has directed they are. If council changes the plan, it'll either be putting these lots in the middle of the street, thereby causing parking issues, or it will be removing these types of lots that are very desirous in our community and necessary in our community right now. So I will support the plan as presented. Thank you.
Did you have something else to add?
Debate.
Oh,
Yes.
debate. All right. No more questions. So to open debate, Councillor Palladino?
You did already.
Oh, debate. All right. Continue on, Councillor Middleton. You had your questions. Do you know, I will entertain. Is there something else that you have to finish up?
Would you like to pose that question to me again so that I can hear it?
Would you like to close any closing remarks, any debate?
Yes, thank you
right,
very much.
go ahead.
I think we've asked people to come forward to present at open hearings. The Hands both did. They had or Mr. Hand did on behalf of the Hands. They have significant concerns. We had a question in regards to the containers that has not been answered. And Mr. Sanchez indicated that this lot, that the use of this lot can be, if I understand his comments correctly, can be moved to another location within this development. So for those reasons, I will be voting against this amendment. This motion.
All right. Anybody else want to question or debate? All right. Ask John. All right. With that, I will, Councilor Palladino, can I call the vote? Question's been called. All in favor? And opposed? All right. Thank you. And for a third reading, Councilor Palladino, be it resolved that bylaw 6449 land use bylaw amendment, read the crossings phase 9, 1205 30th Street West, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councilor Palladino. Question been called. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you. Any, are those opposed? Yeah. All right. Thank you. Close meeting. All right, we'll go to inquiries, and Councillor Schmidt-Rempel did have 2 e-bikes and e-scooters, as well as a tree replacement program that have been answered from administration. Is there any questions on that? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
No questions with regards to the e-bikes and e-scooters. So thank you, Mr. Sanaman, for responding to that one. With regards to the tree replacement question, though, I do have additional questions to follow up on that. If Mr. Richter is here. Yep.
Through the mayor, at ARC, we discussed this about these questions and the responses. So the response was the response to the question. If there were, and instead of having staff here all day,
okay,
it was agreed that if there were further questions, those would be additional inquiries that would be responded
okay, so I can submit those as additional inquiries? All right.
Submit as additional, and then they will be replied at the next one. Yeah, for that
no,
reason.
I can certainly do that. That's fine. Yeah, no, it's good to know that. Perfect.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
But yeah,
Okay.
if you have the question now, yeah, perfect.
Sure, okay. So we have the Parks replaces approximately 600 trees per year. I'm just wondering what the cost of replacing those trees is versus the cost of maintenance. Where people might be able to find the urban forest management plan, if that's available online, and what that link might be. And then we talk about grants for the city. Are there grants available for residents who might have to replace trees in support of that urban canopy? Because it's important that residents are also supporting the urban canopy. And how can residents make informed decisions about what to plant so that they don't see ongoing issues with trees, so that we make sure we're building a resilient urban canopy? And those were my follow-up questions. I can email those to you as well. Okay. Thanks, Ms. Hilford.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Councillor Middleton, hope you're in for what? What? You can ask the questions. You may not get a reply today. If there's any inquiries, that's fine. He'll take the information back and get the staff to come back with answers to that, similar to that of Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. And if we just go through the one from Councillor, or is it in regards to this particular one? Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Councillor Middleton, Hope, go ahead.
Holy shit. So the question is in regards to the provision of the e-scooters. As Councillor Schmidt-Rempel has brought this question forward, I feel that there is insufficient information in here in terms of the response. I guess the question then would be to Mr. Brierley for follow-up, would be an understanding of the most recent information that comes out of research in regards to e-bicycles and e-scooters is that there has been a 45% increase in injuries. This company does not provide helmets for people that are using them. The scooters themselves are substantially older. There are fewer of them, and I'm wondering if we are going to review as a part of our contract with this particular company the use and the provision of helmets to reduce injuries, as well as the provision for additional, perhaps, newer equipment like we had when we had the former company. So could we consider that when we're evaluating any contract renewal?
Through the mayor, I'm happy to take that away and discuss that with staff. And if we have further questions as part of developing the response to your questions, Councillor Middleton Hope, we can connect with you. And then if different processes on either of the questions from yourself or Councillor Schmidt-Rempel are needed, we can let you know.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Who knew scooters was going to be such a hot topic? But here it is, because I've had a lot of people complaining to me that they liked the previous supplier or because there were helmets, everything. And so is it possible to put together a fact sheet on how we arrive at who gets to play and who doesn't, and how because I keep telling them council had nothing to do with this. We get blamed for everything, obviously. But I'm just wondering if we could have how the one provider gets chosen and why it's not just open to whoever which pretty much, but also why we limit it, which was the question asked to me, is well, why did you tell the previous guys they couldn't come into town?
Yep, happy to do that.
These are the questions because I said it's not a council, it's an administrative thing. So if you can provide a fact sheet for me.
Certainly, yeah. Again, we'll take a look at this. It's starting to sound a little more like a report, this one. And I know between the combination of the two, but we'll take it away and look at it in the procurement process, the matrix that was established to how we got there and who would bid after that and so forth. So we'll take that away and circle back if depending on what we think is the best avenue to answer those questions.
Perfect. Next, I do have a new one from Councillor Dodick, unapproved secondary suites. And if you want to just highlight on that as you're waiting for a response, Councillor Dodick, go ahead.
I'll just be brief about it. Someone approached me on this and said that they've been calling 311 on it. And I remember years ago we were targeting realtors to stop telling people that about illegal suites or unapproved secondary suites or non-conforming suites because what they were doing was they were trying to raise the price of these residential areas on the basis that they would be able to, or someone would be able to get a second income from it, even though it didn't comply with the safety codes or it didn't have a development permit because it's secondary suites are often discretionary uses. So the problem that we were having is that the realtors were just calling these things illegal suites and things of that nature. But if you go to a real estate contract, the common commercial or the one that's usually in use, it says that you're in compliance with all city bylaws. So people can get themselves into problems when you've got a realtor that says, hey, here's an illegal suite or unapproved secondary suite, you can make more money. Of course, that's going to it may raise the assessment as well because the prices go up. The guy next door might not be happy because his taxes might go up based on the assessments in the neighborhood. But the real issue was the realtor should not be going around advertising illegal suites and potentially causing problems for prospective purchasers and vendors after the fact. If someone takes a look at this and says, you know what, I'm going to complain, to the city and potentially have that shut down, because if it turns out to be a unapproved secondary suite and you can establish that, then you can certainly stop it. Anyways, that's the genesis to my inquiry, and I'll be looking forward with great expectation for the response.
Thank you for that quick analysis. Yeah, appreciate that. All right. Okay, and then we'll go through, we might as well, prior to going into closed, council updates, if there are any. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
A few updates. In July, I attended the Lethbridge Police Commission, Lethbridge Police Association barbecue. I believe Councillor Palladino was there as well. It was an opportunity for the association to meet with the commission for a discussion and some relationship building event activities. I also had the opportunity to attend the Canadian Association of Police Governance Conference in Halifax. That was August 8th to 12th. Conference session highlights included sessions on how commissions shape police culture, service recruitment, communication and public trust, emergencies and mass evacuations, and also there was a session on how the Government of Alberta and City of Edmonton are working together to build connections to support the needs of the unhoused in the city, including discussion around their encampment strategy and the navigation centres. And last week, Councillor Crowson and I took the opportunity to attend the Female Elected Official Networking and Professional Development event that was at the Polaris Centre up close to Airdrie. Topics covered during the session were social media as well as advocacy. And that's all I have to report.
All right, I could add to that, to my colleagues. I had the opportunity of attending with our police chief an event in Timmins, Ontario. I spoke a little bit earlier, and that was a municipal summit to end substance abuse. And there was, I believe there were 6 mayors from across Canada, as well as other police chiefs that were there to discuss some of the strategies and some of, I guess, best practices. And I mentioned earlier when we were talking about our encampment strategy that it has made national news because we were recognized, and is one of the reasons we were invited to share some of those, some of the best practices we have as far as dealing with, the substance abuse issues that we have within our community. And so that does, encampments does fit into that, as well as some of the other services that are provided that we've heard earlier today. And it was great to be able to speak with some of the colleagues out there and really understand that this is not a Lethbridge problem that we're dealing with. And to be quite honest, it's more rampant in other areas I've seen. But as we learn from others, it's important that we implement those things. Nobody has a crystal ball, and so it's great to be able to see how others are dealing with these issues. And so it was a great conference. It was a quick conference. It was just a day and a half out there and back. However, I wanted to make sure that my colleagues understand that it was an invitation and the great work that has been done by our administration with direction from council. So that was a great conference to be at. So with that, we will have a motion to go in closed, and that's done by Councillor Crowson. All in favor? All right, we'll now take a couple minutes and we'll go into closed.
just good to go?
We just need to do a lot of motion. We need to put the feed on.
Okay, so everyone take 2 seconds.
And we need, there's your, oh, we gotta put this back in. So there's no closed direction then.
All right. We are coming out of closed session. Mayor Higgin did have to leave, so I've taken the chair from him. First up is item 14.1, item coming by Councillor Crowson out of closed meeting, extended producer responsibility. Be it resolved that City Council direct administration to proceed with the confidential direction provided in closed section. Further be resolved that City Council direct that the closed meeting report, documents, presentation, discussions regarding extended producer responsibility remain confidential pursuant to section 24 and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection Act. Councillor Crowson.
I confidentially asked the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Item 14.2 moved by Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. This is coming out of the closed meeting, labor negotiations update 14.2. Be it resolved that City Council, at the recommendation of the City Manager, ratify the renewal of the collective agreement between Local Union 254 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers and the City of Lethbridge with the following terms. Term, 3 years, January 1, 2023 to December 31, 2025. Wages, effective January 1, 2023, 3% full retro. Effective January 1, 2024, 2.5%. Effective January 1, 2025, 2.5%. Other, add National Day for Truth and Reconciliation stat holiday, update agreement language to be gender neutral, removement of LOU number 4, which is hours of work for electrical inspectors, ratification of the memorandum of settlement with the IBEW, membership passed August 6, 2024, employees moved to 240 hours of vacation in the 24th year of service, which is previously the 25th year of service. Employees can carry over a maximum of 40 hours of annual vacation into the following calendar year. Further be it resolved that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign the agreement. Further be it resolved that City Council direct that the closed meeting presentation and discussions with respect to labor negotiations update remain confidential pursuant to Section 2.4 Advice from Officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I'll call for the vote.
Vote has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously. Excellent. Next item coming out of closed meeting, moved by Councillor Parker, 2018 to 2022 Operational Review Update 14.3. Be it resolved that City Council direct administration to present a public report on the 2018-2022 Operational Review to the November Operating Budget Review meeting at the Economic and Finance Policy Committee, and further be it resolved that City Council direct the closed meeting reports, documents, and discussion with respect to 2018-2022 Operational Review Update remain confidential pursuant to Sections 23, 24, and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Parker. Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously. Also moved by Councillor Parker. Closed meeting 14.4, Lethbridge and District Exhibition Update. Be it resolved that City Council, 1, amend the 2024 Council and Standing Policy Committee calendar as follows. A, add a new full-day closed Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting on October 9, 2024, commencing at 9:30 a.m. B, add a new full-day Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting on October 23, 2024, commencing at 9:30 a.m. C, add a new half-day Economic and Finance... Did I screw something up, Ms. Hilford? I'm reading the wrong one. Yes.
This is still the wrong one.
Still the wrong one.
Oh, no, it's right.
It's right. All right. Have I read anything incorrect yet? Good. Okay. Add a full. So that was at the half day or the full day, November 26th. At a new full day, November 27th. Both commencing at 9:30 a.m. to facilitate the third party of the Lethbridge and District third party review. I'm assuming that is. Third-party review of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Phase 1 process, and further be it resolved that City Council direct closed meeting reports, documents, discussions with respect to Lethbridge and District's exhibition update remain confidential pursuant to Sections 23, 24, and 26 of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Parker.
Question.
Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously. Finally, moved by Acting Mayor Campbell, closed meeting 14.5, intergovernmental relations matter verbal. Be it resolved that City Council directed the closed meeting discussions with respect to the intergovernmental relations matter verbal remain confidential pursuant to Section 21 and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Acting Mayor Campbell. Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous, and I believe that is it. So we are adjourned. Whew.
I know. That was a long one. Thank you all. But we had a good summer off. Excellent. I have Blaine's secret notes. Where should I keep them?